Why am I getting hold music? Are you getting that too? Where do I hear that?
Your presentation.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, a lot of times use a little bit of music behind that.
Why is that coming through my voice though?
Connected in. It's an input. Well, that should be the computer.
Oh. Where is that coming from?
Oh, basically, the slideshow. Oh.
I hear that.
That could actually make sense.
Check.
Right.
Do I have a motion to return to open session?
So move.
Do I, in a second? Roll call, please.
Who is the second?
I was.
Thank you, Mr. Chewbacca. It takes a while to learn voices when we're in a new place. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
She's not here.
Mr. Wickham's working with her. It was one of the things we were trying to figure out. All right, Ms. Parton, we're looking for a motion to return to open session. Do you agree with that motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Under certification, I need a motion to certify closed session that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from opening meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Brenda?
Yes, sir. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So welcome back, everyone. For those in the audience tonight, welcome to our meeting. I'll preside over the meeting until a new board chair is elected. So our next order of business is reorganization of the school board. First is the election of the chair. We've simplified this process. One, anyone on the board may nominate another board member for the chair. A nomination does not require a second. Once nominations are complete, we will then vote on each nominee in the order of their nomination. Do I have a nomination for the chair of the Montgomery County School Board?
I nominate Sue Cass.
We have a nomination for Sue Cass as board chair. Are there any other nominations? Seeing no one, nominations are closed. We will now vote on the nominees. Our first nominee was Ms. Cass. Is there any discussion regarding this nomination?
I'd like to say something. Usually this board, when someone's interested in running for the chair, contacts their fellow board members in regards to what their hopes, what their guidelines, what their goals of why they want to be chair. And just as a board member of 16 years, I have to say I've heard nothing. And so I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't contacted as a board member. It doesn't mean that I won't support, but I'm just real disappointed after the couple years we've had and the board protocols and norms that we decided we were going to work together collectively as a board. And to me, this is not a step in the right direction. But I also want to take a minute and thank Marty Graham. The last couple years that we've had with COVID and trying to pull together a divided board as it was could not be easy. And I just want to thank her for doing the best job that she could do with what she was dealt with before we elect a different chair. So, thank you.
So, with all respect, I've been on this board for a long time too, and it has not been my experience that I'm always contacted as a board member about elections.
Any other discussions regarding this nomination?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. Penny, thank you for the nomination, and I'd like to say that, Jamie, I did not choose. This was something that someone reached out to me, and if we want to start working together as a group, then how you just presented that is not a good step in the right direction either. So I'd like to say, let's try to move forward. Yes, it's been a really divisive couple of years, but the only way we can get past that is we just stop trying to make another person feel bad about something. So I'm sorry if you were offended by how this was handled. I don't think we all really knew exactly what was the right thing to do, and talked about it a lot over the last few weeks. And it was never a really firm decision because it's a really big, important responsibility. So I'm sorry if you feel slighted, but I think that it's time for us to all move forward.
And I agree. I just wish I could have maybe been in that discussion.
I guess I'll add, I'm new to this, so this is my first vote, but I certainly think it would reflect very well on MCPS to have a former teacher as our board chair, so I think that's pretty cool.
I have to say that I certainly can't support this, and even though I've not had a lot of time to consider it, my concern is the lack of trust for the MCPS administration.
All right, any other discussion? All right, Ms. Drake, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay.
And will you take this, too?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Got it.
Congratulations, Ms. Cass.
Thank you. Okay, wow.
Do you know what to do with this?
Read it.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Drake will assist you as you move.
Okay. Wow. Well, thank you very much. Those who did support and those who didn't, I hope that I prove you wrong by being better than what you anticipate. So that's all I can say to that.
Giving you this opportunity.
That's
I voted
right.
for
So,
you, okay?
all we
Even
can
though I
do
said
is-
what I said, I'm giving you this opportunity.
Can't go back, we can only go forward, right?
That's right. And I'm
So,
willing to do that, and I'm willing to be a team player, even though I made the comments that I did.
I understand. I understand why you feel that way, and I'm kind of new at all this too, Linwood. I'm only 2 years behind you. So, to continue the reorganization of the school board, we will elect a vice chair. As with the election of the board chair, anyone on the board may nominate another member. The nomination does not require a second. Once nominations are complete, we will vote on each nominee in the order of their nomination. Do I have a nomination for the vice chair of the Montgomery County School Board?
I'd like to nominate Penny Franklin.
Second?
Nominations do not require a second, Ms. Cass.
Oh, that's right. I just said that, didn't I? I knew that. Okay. We have a nomination for Penny Franklin as vice chair. Are there any other nominations? Seeing no one, nominations are closed. We will now vote on the nominees. Our first nominee was Penny Franklin. Is there any discussion regarding this nomination?
It's been, since I made the nomination, I'd like to at least just say thanks to Penny. I know that, this is extra work, and Sue too, the chair is always extra work, but Penny brings so much experience and wisdom to our board, and I'm just happy to have her on leadership.
Any other discussion?
I would like to say after this this last year that I can't support someone in leadership who bullies our staff and our board members. So my vote will be no.
I don't disagree with you on that, Marty, but I don't think that Penny has bullied anyone, so. I mean, I would agree with you if I thought that was accurate. And Penny, I'm looking forward to working with you, and I'm very thankful to have somebody with as much experience and wisdom as you to help me this year. So, any other discussion? Ms. Drake, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
This motion carries, and Penny Franklin is elected vice chair of the Montgomery County School Board for 2022. Okay. Appointment of clerk. Do I have a motion to appoint Brenda Drake as the clerk of the board?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I think that was a delayed. I don't.
It was.
Yeah. And you know what? Can we backtrack just a second? I think I was not paying attention to our screen. I do want to say something. I want to thank you, Brenda, because you have kept things together on also another crazy, and we all may not agree and we all may not like things, but you do a fabulous job.
Absolutely.
And I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Third.
Okay, Brenda Drake is now appointed the clerk of the Montgomery County School Board for 2022. Do I have a motion to appoint Morgan Woods and Mark Meyer as deputy clerks of the Montgomery County School Board?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
We're glad to have you aboard, Morgan.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, is this your first vote, Morgan,
For a deputy clerk.
for deputy
Had to-
clerk?
Yeah.
You had
She
to
wasn't here
approve
for
her when
this.
she was hired, but this is her first part of the reorganization.
Okay. Welcome aboard, officially. Okay, we had a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Morgan Woods and Mark Meyer are appointed deputy clerks of the board for 2022. Now to the adoption of a resolution affirming officers of the County School Board of Montgomery County. I need a motion to adopt a resolution affirming our officers as, I guess it's me, Susan Cass for board chair, Penny Franklin for vice chair, Brenda Drake as clerk, Morgan Woods as deputy clerk, and Mark Meyer as deputy clerk. Somebody,
So moved.
Second.
any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, board committee appointments. Historically, the board chair has made appointments or sought volunteers for other committees and boards. This year's committee appointments include 2 members for the liaisons to the Board of Supervisors, 1 VSBA voting delegate, 1 VSBA alternate, 1 liaison to the Southwest Virginia Governor's School, up to 2 liaisons for the Educational Foundation, 1 liaison to the town of Blacksburg, and 1 liaison to the town of Christiansburg. Do I have any volunteers or nominations for any of these appointments? And just as a reminder, last year's appointments were, for the Board of Supervisors, it was Marty Graham and Penny Franklin. VSBA voting delegate was Dana Parton. VSBA alternate was Mark Trebacca. Southwest Virginia School was Goonan. Montgomery County, the MCEF was Marty Graham and myself. Town of Christiansburg was Jamie Bond and Dana Parton, and Town of Blacksburg liaison was myself and Mark Trebacca. So I'll go back to the top. Board of Supervisors liaison. I would like to do that as chair,
Yes, of the chair and vice chair.
and Penny Franklin would continue doing that. The VSBA voting delegate is currently Dana Parton. Is there anybody else who is interested in taking on that role?
Well, I don't know that she's
Chair Cass.
in it. Why don't you ask her first?
What'd you say there, Dana? I didn't hear you. You'll pass?
No.
Or you'll
Sorry,
take
Sue. Can you hear me now?
a little bit?
Okay. If the board has no objection, I do not mind taking on the role of the VSBA voting delegate as well as a board member with the Town of Christiansburg liaison.
Okay. The VSBA alternate, Mr. Trebacca, do you still want to be the alternate, or?
I could
Is there
do it
somebody
if
else who
nobody
wants
else
to do
wants
it?
to. I was actually gonna,
You want to
yeah,
do?
I could do that one and also be, and stay on as a liaison to Town of Blacksburg. If it's the will of the board.
Marty, is there anything you wanted to
No, thank
volunteer
you.
to do?
No, thank you.
No, okay. We do need somebody for the Southwest Governor's School, because that was Goonan, and Goonan is no longer with us, so. I don't really know a whole lot about what that entails. Mr. Trebacca, maybe you could share with
Yeah,
us.
I think I did this for a couple years, and I think Goonan has done it for a number of years, and so this, the Southwest Virginia Governor's School physically is located in Pulaski, and that's where they usually have their board meetings. It only happens quarterly, so it's 4 times a year. It also is something that really any board member can do. So even if you take on this responsibility and then you can't make the meeting that you need to be at, you can send another board member in your stead. I've always I've enjoyed this. It is a little bit of time to drive out there, so sometimes, especially when work gets busy, it can be a little bit difficult, but, you know, we do, as a board, we have a seat on that board, and I do think it's important, and my hope is that we spread it out a little bit more. I mean, I'm not eager to volunteer for this one, because I'd really, quite frankly, like to see somebody different at least take on the responsibility and just go once or twice at least. I mean, I'm certainly happy to help out if somebody takes it on and then can't make some of the meetings or something like that. So, but I do think it's an important position that we should that everybody should at least attempt to do, or to just get a little more variety in it.
Is it something that a couple of people could do? Be split, wouldn't have to be the same person all the time?
Yeah, I think it's something that could be done that way. And I would certainly volunteer to be half of it, let's say, if that's the way we want to do it.
I was going to volunteer to be on the Education Foundation.
Right, that I know that you're going to be
But,
doing the MCEF.
Are we allowed to be on multiple, or is that? I mean,
If-
I would mind sharing the other half of the government schools, Mark.
Okay, great. So we've got then the VSBA alternate is, did we decide on that one? We never did decide on that.
I mean, I'll take it if nobody else wants it, but if somebody else wants the alternate position, that's fine too.
The governor's school will be Mark Chewbacca and Linwood Hudson. MCEF representative will be Linwood Hudson. Town of Christiansburg liaison, Jamie Bond. And Dana, you said you would still do the Christiansburg liaison?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay. And Mark, you're going to be the Blacksburg liaison for the town of Blacksburg, and I can always fill in your absence on that one.
Ms. Cass, are you planning to remain on the Educational Foundation?
No, I am not.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure so that if we needed to approve it, we had it here.
No. Linwood will be the, they only need, I think we have up to 2 on there, but Linwood will be our representative.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Adoption of resolution appointing agent and deputy agent for signing.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Cass.
Did I skip a page?
We need a motion
Oh.
to approve those board committee appointments, and I'm happy to read over them again if that would be helpful. If not, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Could you read over them again, please, Brenda?
Board of Supervisors Liaison, Sue Cass and Penny Franklin. VSBA Voting Delegate, Dana Parton. VSBA Alternate, Mark Chewbacca. Southwest Virginia Governor's School, Mark Chewbacca and Linwood Hudson. Montgomery County Educational Foundation, Linwood Hudson. Town of Christiansburg Liaison, Jamie Bond and Dana Parton. Town of Blacksburg Liaison, Mark Chewbacca and Sue Cass.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Do I need to do the next part, having a vote too, or is that, yes?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oops.
Sorry.
So I'm going to vote in favor of all except for the delegate to VSBA. I vote no on that one.
Ms. Franklin, are you proposing that we pull that out as a separate motion?
If that's what we need to do, that's fine.
Okay. So. Yes, I would have to pull it out as a separate motion. I don't want to go through sorry, you're watching, like those wheels are churning. Are the board members in general in agreement with voting on the VSBA delegate
Separately?
separately?
It's not that big a deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's just do it.
My computer doesn't allow for impartial. I apologize,
forget
Ms.
it.
Franklin. I was trying to do it properly.
Nope.
You're okay with the,
No, I'm not
So
okay
we'll do the
with it,
vote.
but let's
we'll do
just
the
go.
separate
The
vote.
vote, yeah. No, we'll just do
No,
the vote.
just vote.
Just finish the vote we were doing.
Right.
Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion is passed. Adoption of resolution appointing agent and deputy agent for signing claims. I need a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the superintendent and, in his absence, the assistant superintendent of operations to serve as agent and deputy agent for signing claims.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, appointment of the superintendent designees. Do I have a motion to appoint the deputy superintendent as the primary superintendent designee and, in their absence, the assistant superintendent for operations as the secondary superintendent designee?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Schedule meeting dates, time, and location. Our next item is to set the meeting dates, times, and locations for the year. The meeting calendar is provided in board docs. Do I have a motion to approve the 2022 meeting calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I had just a couple things on this. I was looking at, hang on just a sec. So one thing, I noticed that we don't have any meeting in July at all, and I'm wondering if we should, I think based on prior year's experience that we should go ahead and schedule a meeting for July. That meeting could potentially be, I don't get the format of that meeting, but I think we need to have one in July. I would also probably take out for now one of the 2 special meetings in June, and let the board, if a second meeting is needed, I think we can schedule it then. I think those are closed sessions anyway. And then I would probably move April 5th to the 12th. I think the 26th got moved from the 19th because of spring break. But likewise, I believe that first weekend of April is NSBA. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
We would just be getting back on Monday, and then we'd have a meeting on Tuesday.
I think y'all can handle it.
Oh, come on.
I mean, if that's the case, then why not keep the 26th on the 19th?
I think that's, why is the
What
26th, why did we push the 19th up?
For spring break,
Are we on spring break that day?
No.
it would be the 18th, and so typically we would move it for agenda preparation purposes. But it's a pleasure of the board. This is the exact calendar we brought to you in November and asked for feedback on.
I would just like to comment on one thing that Mark said about the July. I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea to have this past year, I think we kind of wish we had a July meeting because so much was happening, and there's a good chance that there's going to be, still a lot happening over after the end of the school year. And also maybe instead of having 3 June meetings, one right after the other, if there's a possibility of pushing up the superintendent's review maybe into May, towards the middle or end of May, would that be a problem, Dr. Meyer? And that way we're not just, and that gives us more time too to work on response as opposed to having just 1 week to come back with a response.
Yeah, the only issue it would be
We don't-
possibly standard 7 with student assessment.
Right. We wouldn't have data back in
But,
time.
actually this year we're doing the same with principals because it's so much of a push that pretty much we're going to do principal evaluations earlier too and come back to the standard 7 as sort of a final, how did it go? So we're going to do the same there. So that's fine.
So could we then, I don't know whether do we come back to this again or just decide tonight?
Well, typically with the July, if we feel we need to have a meeting, then we go ahead and schedule that meeting. But it has been our practice to not have meetings in July to give the board an opportunity to be able to plan and schedule without a board meeting being a part of that in July for the summer.
I agree. I don't take very, very few meetings off, and it's nice to have that time. I mean, we don't get a lot of breaks, so
And if
I'd like
we
to
need
have
it,
knowing that you don't have it.
yeah.
I just threw it out there.
I'm fine with that too.
What do you guys think about the moving the superintendent's review up a little bit, just so we have a little more time in between the review and the
Fine with
and the
that. I just-
feedback session, and not have the 3 back-to-back Junes?
Yeah, what could probably happen too, if you want to do that, is that second meeting in May is a work session anyway. That
Yeah.
Yeah,
Start
that's
it
what
then.
that's what I was
Yep.
thinking. Yeah.
start it then instead of the June 7th.
Okay. So then Brenda, we'd be taking the 7th off the calendar.
Or we've taken 14th off.
14th.
Or the 14th off, okay. So we'll do, yeah, you'll do your review on the 17th, then we'll do our feedback on the 7th. Okay.
Correct.
We'll take the 14th off.
Yep.
Sounds good. I guess I need to, any other discussion on that?
Was there resolution on the April date?
Oh,
Yeah.
did we resolve the April?
What was April
So-
5th?
That
Yeah, I
was, we were
guess
talking
looking
about
at it
doing the
again,
26th on the 19th instead of the 26th, but
Yeah.
I guess we pushed it out because of spring break.
Because of agenda prep. I
Is
mean,
that-
leaving it on the 19th keeps 1 week on, 1 week off. Is there any, I mean, can you do agenda prep early? I mean, I'm asking, I'm not going to
I
fall on
see,
my
because
sword on
the
this one.
agenda
It
prep
doesn't-
has to be done and everything, yeah.
Pleasure of the board.
Yeah, we can do agenda prep at any point.
Do we want to leave it to the 19th then? Or any
I
thoughts
mean,
on
I'd
that?
prefer to see it more spread out like that than to have back-to-back meetings at the end of April and beginning of May. But if it's, I don't,
It is tough to do the back-to-backs.
yeah, so, but, pleasure of the board, and I am giving the staff an opportunity to push back on me if,
When is, okay, remind me, I don't have our school calendar in
Yeah.
front. What,
the 14th, 15th, and 18th, I believe, are the days off, right?
Correct. We come back on the 19th.
so we'd be coming back to a school board meeting on the 19th.
Doesn't give you a lot of time to prepare things.
It was it was something that I recommended, and it was just thinking through, making sure that everything could be ready for the board in time for the meeting. We can absolutely accommodate whatever the will of the board is. That's our job.
We can do it if we need to.
If we move it back to the 19th, I'm just telling you folks, that does not give our staff enough time to prepare without working through their holiday.
All right, let's leave it the 26th then.
Okay,
It's fine.
okay. Then it looks like the only thing we'll be changing is we'll be removing the 14th from the calendar. Do we need to make a motion on that?
So the motion would be to approve the 2022 meeting calendar revised, sorry, I'm typing, thinking, and it's always a dangerous combination. As revised, to remove June 14th as a meeting date and add superintendent's evaluation discussion as a component of the May 17th meeting. That way you're not limited to just that item the way you would have been on June 14th. But it's there. Does that sound accurate, board members? Does that sound like a reflection of what you wanted?
I think so.
Okay, great. So you're ready. We have, I'm so sorry, we had a motion and a second on the floor. Ms. Franklin, do you agree to a friendly amendment to that motion? I apologize, I didn't catch that.
fine.
Ms. Bond, do you agree to a friendly amendment to that
I'm
second?
a little bit lost right now.
Would it,
I'm
Is
trying
it
to
helpful
follow,
if
but
I-
I'm totally lost.
is it helpful if I do this?
Huh?
I know I get
Absolutely.
muffled. Yeah, Dr. Meyer, he tells me I get muffled behind the mask. So I didn't realize there was a motion and a second, and I apologize for that. And so I should have asked for an amendment. So I'm asking for a friendly amendment, if that's okay, to your second, that would approve the 2022 meeting calendar, but we'd revise it to remove June 14th as a meeting date and add the superintendent's evaluation discussion as a component of the May 17th meeting.
Okay, follow.
Okay, and so you're
I
good
thought
with,
that's what we had agreed on anyway. Okay.
we just have to do it formally,
Okay,
that's all.
gotcha.
All right, so Ms. Cat, I appreciate your patience. Now we're ready for the vote.
Okay. What Brenda said? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passed. Adoption of hiring practices resolution. Do I have a motion to adopt the revised hiring practices resolution? This year's revisions include the focus on diversity in our hiring practices.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Adoption of board procedures, code of ethics, and standards of conduct. Annually, the school board revisits the board procedures, standards of conduct, and code of ethics as noted in policy 1-1.6. Do I have a motion to reaffirm this policy?
So moved.
Second.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. somebody second?
Mr. Chewbacca did.
Oh, he did, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, school board norms and protocols. The norms and protocols were adopted in January 2021. Do I have a motion to reaffirm these protocols?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Reaffirmation of statement of inclusivity. Do I have a motion to reaffirm the school division's statement of inclusivity?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I was looking on this and I thought that it was just an information piece, that it wasn't something that was, it says type action information.
I apologize. That was an error when I was copying over.
Oh, so we don't need to vote on that.
Yes, ma'am. We do need the action. The information was the error. So it would be reaffirming the statement of inclusivity that you've already adopted. So you adopted it. I'm going to have the dates. The dates are going to be rough for me, but you've reaffirmed it several times already. So it's just part of our organizational component.
Is this the same, I guess because I thought it was information and I didn't read all of it, but is this the same that we just changed a policy? It's not the same, okay, gotcha.
No.
It's the one that we've had in our code of conduct book?
Yes.
Just making sure, okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Adoption of resolution authorizing the superintendent to settle claims against the school board. I need a motion to approve a resolution granting authority to the division superintendent to authorize settlement of claims against the school board.
So moved.
Do I have a second? I heard a second. Any discussion?
Shouldn't that be for the school board, not against the school board?
Settlement of
They would
claims
authorize the
that are
settlement of
brought
claims against.
the school board.
Oh, I see.
It's
Okay.
accurate. Yes, sir.
Gotcha, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, announcement regarding availability of policy manual. The MCPS policy manual is available on the MCPS website. Printed copies are available to citizens as needed by contacting the clerk of the board. Okay, public address. At this time, and at each of our regularly scheduled meetings of the school board, At this time and at each of our regularly scheduled meetings, the school board sets aside up to 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining to public education in Montgomery County. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Drake will have a timer on the screen. As a reminder, the board does not respond to speakers during public address. As you come to the podium to speak, we ask that you continue to wear your mask and state your name and area of residence. Our first speaker is Juliana Rosso.
Hello, my name is Juliana Rosso and I am a junior at Christiansburg High School. However, at this school, I also get called a lot of different names by teachers and staff members. They call me Whoopi, Rosso, Soup, and for none of these names did I need a parent's signature. So why, if I were to tell these same administrators that I now wish to go by Julian, why does my parents have to get involved? How do we decide if this new name or nickname is linked to my gender identity or simply another nickname? Is Whoopi a masculine or feminine name? What about Soup? Can these names be masculine or feminine? Why, when I say that I wish to go by Julian, which is one letter off from my parent-given legal name, where Whoopi has 0 letters in common, suddenly now my parents have to get involved? Where do we draw the line between nickname and name change? Is there a line? In addition to this adaptation to the transgender policy, I'm also begging a change to the new public displays of pride policy. Pride is no longer a political issue in this country. In the 71 countries where being LGBTQ is illegal, in the 11 where it's punishable by death, it is absolutely a political issue. But in this country, in this state, and in this school system, we are said to be equal and included, but that is not true. We get called slurs and insults. we get physical threats and actions taken against us, and we need a safe space. When you take away these public displays of pride, you take away the safe space that we have. In this country, there are where 7% of the population is LGBTQ and 50% of the homeless youth population is LGBTQ. You see the dangers of being who we are. So what would you have us do? If we report these verbal and physical abuses, we have fear of our parents finding out, fear that we're only making it worse for ourselves. And what happens when the only public displays of acceptance that these kids get taken away? Every 45 seconds in the United States, an LGBT youth attempts suicide. Every 45 seconds. That is 3 children's lives since I started speaking. That is 50 lives in the time it took me to write this speech. That is 960 children's lives between this board meeting and the next open one where I will be back begging for the same changes. 713,000 children per year. Don't you want to help lower those numbers? Allowing these teachers to display public displays of support, allowing them to show their acceptance cannot force their political beliefs, but it can save our lives. Thank you for the 3 minutes that I was allowed to speak and for the 5 lives that came with it.
Thank you, Juliana. Next up, we have Nick Rosso. Nick? Okay, next we have Elizabeth Rowland.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Rowland. I am a junior at Christiansburg High School, and I am a member of the LGBTQ+ community. Security, comfort, a sense of belonging. As people, we tend to search for these ideals in every place we reside. But when you are a part of a marginalized community, finding a place of acceptance becomes exceptionally more difficult. LGBTQ+ students are often ostracized by their peers, leading these students to feel unsafe and uncomfortable. Seeing something like a pride flag hanging in a teacher's window can create that much needed feeling of comfort and relief for LGBTQ+ students. Knowing that there is a teacher you can talk to and trust is essential to the students who can't talk to their parents out of fear of an unaccepting home. While it is certainly easy to take displays of pride and label them as political, doing so shows a clear lack of understanding of what pride truly means. A display of pride is an invitation for an LGBTQ+ student to feel safe in a classroom. And taking away these displays steals the hope away from students who are actively seeking a safe environment within the school. Pride is not political. Pride is hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next up, we have Glenn Chilcote.
Chair Cass and members of the board. My name is Glenn Chilcote, and I live in Blacksburg, and I'm the president of the MCEA. I am here today to formally ask the board to approve a resolution to allow the employees of MCPS to have a meaningful seat at the table and collectively bargain the terms of our contracts. This is an historic day. Public sector employees have been denied this right for decades. Recently, the ban on collective bargaining was lifted, and the employees of MCPS now have a unique opportunity to collaborate with you and make our students' learning conditions the best they can be. There are a few myths about collective bargaining that I would like to dispel. Firstly, many individuals believe that the ability to negotiate one's contract includes striking. This is false. Striking is illegal in Virginia, and this is something our organization is against. Secondly, some individuals will say that the costs associated with collective bargaining are astronomical. Once again, this is false. Collective bargaining requires no extra personnel. Collective bargaining is simply the ability to meet with you and your representatives, and through our shared vision, create an environment where students can succeed to their fullest potential. When it comes to actual negotiations, the MCEA is interested in discussing items such as duty-free lunch, protected planning time, increased mental health resources for students, choice within curriculums, and increased after-school opportunities for all students. On a personal level, one of my biggest passions is after-school opportunities for students, and I hope through gaining a meaningful seat at the table, we can secure funds so more students in Montgomery County can find something that engages them mentally and physically, increases their likelihood for being excited about school, and most importantly, brings them joy. Recruitment and retention of highly qualified personnel in all areas will also increase when employees feel like they are truly part of the MCPS team. Currently, a majority of all MCPS employees support collective bargaining, and they also support the MCEA representing them at the bargaining table. The resolution I have submitted to Dr. Meyer is the starting point for this journey. I am formally asking that you take this request under deep consideration and work with us to make this dream a reality for the hardworking students and employees of MCPS. Our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Let's work together. Let's communicate, collaborate, and compromise to make everyone feel heard and valued. Students are our main priority. It just makes sense that the people who know the students' names have a meaningful seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Next up, we have Bob Beard.
Good evening, Board. Thank you very much. My name is Bob Beard. I'm from Montgomery County, from Christiansburg. I have a question, one of the same questions I had back in November. Where's the emergency? I want to share some data with you from the open VARs, and that is that over 21,000 people have died from the COVID-19 vaccine. A coworker of my daughter's, she was 18 years old, took the vaccine, and she died of an asthma attack 2 days later. As you can tell, I'm not in favor of the vaccine, but I believe it should be a choice and not a mandate. We should not be forced that upon our kids. You know, total deaths over 30,000. We have over 1 million reported adverse effects from the medical procedure. We have hospitalizations over 113,000. We have over 3,500 miscarriages from the vaccine. Heart attacks are close to 11,000. Myocarditis, I can't pronounce it very well, is at 27,000 cases. We have over 37,000 people who have been permanently disabled from the vaccine. So now how does it get back to a local level? How do we fix this? Okay, guys, you know, in 2018, the math SOL scores were 86%. In 2020-21, they're down at 57%. That's a 33% drop in SOL scores in mathematics in 2 years. In science, we dropped from 83% down to 61%, a 25% drop in SOL scores. You know, online learning, math, CRT, SEL are absolutely detrimental to our students' health. You know, and my question to this board is how we fix this. You know, and that's my question to you guys: is how we fix this. You know, the director of the CDC has gone on. Dr. Rachel Walowski has said that 75% of the deaths, COVID deaths, are from people who had 4 or more comorbidities. The Supreme Court judge got 4 Pinocchios from the paper talking about her lies that for the number of children who are hospitalized. There is no emergency. We need to stop this masking and let our kids get back to normal and learning. We need to concentrate on reading, writing, arithmetic, science, true history, teach what a republic is versus what communism and socialism is, teach the Constitution, and most importantly, teach critical thinking. You know, learn to ask questions and not to be indoctrinated by the political narrative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beard. Next up, we have Jeff Stilley. I hope I said that correct.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Stilley. I am a parent of 2 kids at Kipps Elementary in Blacksburg. And I'm just here to, as a parent, support the resolution brought forward by Mr. Chilcote and the MCEA. And I would like to hope that the board approves collective bargaining for teachers. Mr. Chilcote already laid out a lot of the great reasons for doing so. We know that when teachers have collective bargaining, that student outcomes are much better. And from a parent's standpoint, I want the people who put a lot of love and professional expertise and care into my kids, that they have as much control and say over their working conditions as possible. The only other thing I'd like to add is in the context of COVID-19, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, when you break down the category of state and local educational employees, we're down over 500,000 workers right now already. And as we look forward to the next few years, we're already seeing a lot of newspaper reports, journalistic reports that teacher morale across the country is extremely low, historically low, which is very scary in terms of class sizes and student outcomes in the near future. But the good news is that we also have decades of research showing that one of the best things you can do for teacher morale is for teachers to have collective bargaining rights. So this is a real opportunity to be proactive in terms of teacher morale and retention going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stilley. Next up, we have Justine Brantley.
Good evening. My name is Justine Brantley, and I am the parent of 2 students also at Kipps Elementary School in Blacksburg. Thank you for listening to the community. I'm also here tonight to urge you to support collective bargaining in Montgomery County. As a parent, the most important thing to me about our school system is that there are strong, loving, dynamic, creative, professional experts in the classroom who meet my kids every day to help them learn and grow, and who serve as role models for what good humans look like. I'm talking about making sure our kids have good teachers and education support professionals, or ESPs, who feel that they have the trust of their administration. Good schools don't magically appear when you supply the newest technology or institute the IT curriculum of the moment, or even when kids meet benchmarks set by for-profit companies who have never met our children. The most important resource for building strong schools and ensuring our kids get the good education we want for them is to staff the schools with strong professional experts we trust, ones who feel agency and who are supported by their administration. The pandemic has made this a difficult time to retain and recruit such individuals for a job that is difficult and getting more difficult all the time. The good news is that we do have strong professional education experts working as teachers and ESPs in Montgomery County. My kids are experiencing them, and I'm so thankful for the teachers that we've had. They've been amazing. The equally good news is that there's a meaningful and simple way to help ensure these teachers and ESPs stay and to recruit new ones when we need them. Outside of increasing their pay, which is not always within our control, the next best way to support our teachers is to ensure that they have a seat at the table when it comes to negotiating their contracts. They are the ones experiencing the day-to-day conditions of educating our kids. It's important to hear from them about ways we can make this easier for them. We need their input developing the policies of schools because they know firsthand what it feels like to live and enact these policies. There are simple things we can do to help them. If we don't give them a seat at the table, we miss important ways to make education better for our kids. Teachers do have a seat at the table in 45 other states. Collective bargaining is standard practice. Virginia decided it was time to become a more competitive employer by allowing collective bargaining. Let's make sure our county doesn't get left behind others in Virginia who have decided to incorporate collective bargaining in their counties. Teachers and ESPs are our greatest resource in Montgomery County. Let's utilize that by working with them and hearing what they have to say. We hired them for a reason. Let's trust them and let them know how much we value them. With the looming teacher shortage, collective bargaining is the way to ensure we can still recruit and retain the best teachers. Teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. Supporting teachers is the same as supporting students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. And next we have Joanne Bolding Price.
I'm Joanne Bolding Price, Blacksburg, Montgomery County. Freedom increases responsibility. That's on the seal that I'm looking at. And that's a great motto there. Because with freedom, there comes increased responsibilities on institutions as well as individuals. And our country is such a great country that our founders and our lawmakers have written in law and code some of these responsibilities. Section 21, Code of the Federal Regulations, Section 50.23 and 24 states that it is illegal to make anyone participate in an experimental program using coercion. That is, in fact, in U.S. law, how we embrace the Nuremberg Code. Coercion is illegal. We need to call it coercion, not mandates, not safety or protection. It is coercion. We need to call it what it is. We need to call it the illegal act that it absolutely is. 18 U.S. Code Section 2331, subsection 802, inside says the definition, that is the definition of domestic terrorism. So as you can see that these two actually coincide with one another. So it says any time that a U.S. citizen or government in the United States is forced to do something not otherwise do, that is not only coercion, but also domestic terrorism. If you combine these two laws, you are in fact violating 21 codes of federal regulations. Section 50.23. Are you interested in doing a civil violation of the law? That is the question for everyone who is mandating masks, vaccinations against the will of the people. Because it does say that it is illegal to coerce the population, and that is a felony. And the felony carries a 99-year prison term. Which one of these felonies do you want to be implicated in and liable for? All of them carry 99-year prison terms and up to $100 million in fines for an institution. Freedom does increase responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolding Price. We are at the end of our speakers. Thank you. Public address is now closed. We are now to the payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to pay the bills?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Financial summary report, November 2021. Do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of the financial summary report for November 2021?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Financial summary report for December 2021. Do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of the financial summary report for December 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're now to the business meeting portion. Our student representative reports. It looks like we have one tonight, and because I have two names here, so I'm going to guess you're either Naira or Ann Ray.
Ann Ray.
Okay. Hi, Ann Ray.
Hi.
Ann Ray Sisson is here as a student representative tonight. Would you like to share a report from your school? Go ahead and just
Sure.
introduce yourself. Tell us what school you're from and tell us what's going on there.
I'm Ann Ray, and I'm from Eastern Montgomery High School. So we just got back from winter break. So not too much has been occurring, but some things have. I hope everyone has had a wonderful holiday. As school kicks back into gear with a new semester, so do new events. The EMHS basketball teams are still pushing forward. Our girls varsity team has a record of 8-2, while our boys are also fighting hard to finish off their season strong. Spring sports are just around the corner. Open gyms and fields are picking back up again soon to prepare for the beginning of the season. World Mythology has switched from a social studies class to an English class and is going really well. It is very interesting and fun to learn about different cultures and belief systems. When my peers and I originally heard about the change of snow days to remote learning days, I think I can speak for most by saying I was a bit unsure, but now that we have experienced it and we fully understand it, our eyes are open to the benefits for the students and the teachers. Not only does it help keep our class on track, but it also allows us to end the school year on time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ann Ray. Okay, 2022 to 2023 superintendent's budget proposal.
He skipped one.
No, I skipped
Well,
one.
what happened? Yeah. So Ms.
Oh,
Cass,
yes, I get it. I see
But
what
we're-
happened there. Okay.
Yeah, we're moving.
We're moving things up.
Yes. If
On
I could go
my first
ahead.
night, you're confusing me.
I know, it happens to me too. When I
Okay,
read the written part.
considerations related to COVID. Is that where we are now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is an item for board discussion. So, okay, I guess we're going to talk about.
Yeah, so some of you had asked that Dr. Bissell attend, and Dr. Bissell is here, and also Mr. Garrettson. And I like to ask them to come up now. I think that'd be great to have them both up, just to for you all to be able to ask them questions. Jason can give you some information regarding where we are as a school division. Of course, I don't know if Mr. Knott wants to take part in that as well. He doesn't want to take part in it. Mr. Knott may need to take part in it regarding our employees and how we're doing in terms of substitutes, and then Jason, student absences, and then, of course, Dr. Bissell, the outlook for the community. So if you want
Dr. Meyer, if I may, I apologize. Just a quick point of clarification for our staff. The setup is a little bit different. There is a clicker on that podium, and that clicker will control the presentations that are in the room. So for you, Dr. Bissell, that's your presentation, but also for our staff members who are following, we didn't get a chance to check in with you when we arrived. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Madam Chair, Madam Vice, congratulations. Mr. Hudson, welcome. And to all the members of the board, Happy New Year. We are here, of course, tonight to try to provide you with an update, to try to be available to answer any questions you may have specific to the schools. But we are, of course, very blessed to have Dr. Bissell in attendance with us tonight to be able to speak. Dr. Bissell is the director of our local health region and has been a very important partner to us throughout the entire pandemic. She does have a presentation that I think she would like to share. We'll let her share the presentation. I'll step over to the side, but I am, of course, available for any questions or any follow-up that you may have specific to schools. Okay? Thank you, Dr. Bissell.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, same faces, new name, Mr. Hudson. Nice to see you. Ann Ray, nice to have student representation. My son was a representative years ago. So I did want to, I know you're curious because we're having our surge right now. I know you're kind of curious for an update, but I thought it was a good time. We're 2 years into this to do a little bit of reflection and kind of do kind of an update. So here we are, coming up on 2 years, right? I think it's pretty obvious that the virus is doing what the virus is going to do, and that containment at this point is kind of not happening. I think we have to acknowledge that. Viruses mutate to survive. They become usually more transmissible, usually less deadly, which is a good thing. Delta was very similar to the prior variants as far as how lethal it was, but it was way more transmissible. So we saw more cases, we saw more hospitalizations, we saw more deaths. Omicron, I think we all know, highly, highly, highly transmissible, 4 times more transmissible even than Delta. But we also do know that comorbidities increase our risk significantly. Those comorbidities being obesity, age, diabetes, hypertension, chronic kidney disease, autoimmune disease, lung disease. So we do know that. The Omicron doesn't get into the lungs as much, which is a good thing. We do know that the duration of illness is less. We do know that hospital length of stays are less. We also know that COVID is spread regionally, and that's true for most communicable diseases. They don't start in Southwest Virginia. They come for the more highly populated, population-dense areas. They come up and down 81, and they come up 77. It doesn't start in Southwest Virginia. We also know that it's seasonal. Anything that drives people indoors is going to increase transmission, whether it's the hot weather in the summer down in our south, or it's the colder weather up here. And we know it's household and close contacts. I do want to give a little context after these 2 years and give my staff a shout out. New River Health District was recognized by Johns Hopkins in Minnesota, University of Minnesota. They are doing a collaborative effort to look at successful responses to the epidemic. And I'll say that we've navigated 2 large college outbreaks, both of our universities. You all are very aware, made top 10 lists somewhere as far as COVID cases. We mitigated our congregate setting spread, and our schools, you all know, we maintained hybrid or in-person learning, which is so essential. The reason for this is that we approached it with common sense and reason. We had balance. We didn't abandon public health precedent. We made educated guesses, admitted when we were wrong, admitted when we don't know, and we focused on what's most important. And you can't just keep telling people what they can't do, what they can't do, what they can't do. We've got to try and find compromise. Public health is about meeting people where they are. It's about harm reduction and risk mitigation. There is no risk elimination in anything we do. It's been challenging. The divisiveness has been challenging. You've all experienced that. The nastiness, the vitriol, it's been very challenging. I will say, thousands of public health officials have left their jobs during this 2 years. Virginia, when I started in 2017, had 28 directors covering 35 health districts. We've lost 12. That's 40%. I am now covering the entire southwest of the state. I cover to West Virginia, I cover to Kentucky, I cover to Tennessee, and I cover to North Carolina. So I do think we need more compromise, we need more civility, and we just need more respect. It's been challenging. I've been criticized. I've been criticized in person, I've been criticized on social media, and I've been criticized through anonymous public comments that I don't have an MPH. I do have an MD. I have 30 plus years of experience. My team is full of MPHs, and my team and I work together very well. We have real world experience in public health and outbreaks, and this pandemic has played out exactly as we expected and anticipated. We talk about science. Science is the unbiased facts. It's the certainties and the uncertainties of knowledge, and you have to present that. You also have to present the assumptions leading to the underlying conclusions, and often that hasn't happened during this pandemic. Traditional peer review helps us do that, but that's pretty much non-existent anymore. That often gets confused with interpretations or with policy, and those are inevitably influenced by personal values and agendas. People's definition of what is safe. There are trade-offs. As I said, there's no risk elimination. There are trade-offs, and so we have to accept what are we willing to trade off, what is our definition of safe, and what are we going to do. So just wanted to bring those up. And I'll start kind of with where we are with COVID. These are our epidemic curves. We do these every week. They're on our NRV Road to Wellness website. I had been doing them on weekly press briefings, but they are on our Road to Wellness. You will see the far 2 right bars show our Omicron peak. Our case numbers right now are at least 3 to 4 times what they had been in our Delta nadir. New River Health District having over 1,100 cases a week is really high. The Omicron variant last week was about 64%, 65% of our cases. I don't have the numbers for this week yet, but I can tell you it's over 90% just from what we're seeing. Statewide, in our more urban areas, they're seeing about 200 cases per 100,000 people. We're at about 100 cases for 100,000 people. Our case investigation, contact tracing, statewide, nationwide, it can't keep up. It can't keep up. So we're trying to manage this as best we can with surges. We are contacting people. We're telling people, if you're sick, stay home. Contact people that you've been in contact with. We know that there are testing issues. We do have PCR testing available in New River Health District. We test every single day at one of our localities. In Giles, we have multiple times a week through their administration. The rapid antigen tests, which are really more appropriate during this point, are really challenging. Even I don't have very many of those at the health department. VDH has started a what to do when you get sick page. We're trying to get through this surge. Our hospitalizations, I'll go through all of the slides, but this is the health district as a whole, all of our cases for all 5 localities. If you go through Montgomery County, same picture. Our last 2 weeks, the cases have gone up exponentially. And please remember, for those of you who don't do the press briefings, that far right bar is going to fill in even more. So it says 559 cases. We expect that when we fill that in, it's going to be even more. This is Radford City, Floyd County, and I will say that the 28th of November, that was a date of reporting error, but you can pretty much see that the cases have gone up at least 2 times in all of our localities. This is Giles County. I will say that Giles had a pretty high Delta surge, so their Omicron surge is a little bit more sluggish, but they are catching up. Pulaski County, you can see. This is our school-age children, and this is district-wide for 5 to 17-year-olds. You can see our Delta surge over off on to the left. And then you can see, and I will say this very far right curve, our case investigators are behind in putting in age data, but we fully expect that number is going to be much higher than the 92 from the week before. And these are done by week. This is how we report epidemiologic data. This is a curve that shows our community, which is the gray, our students in our K through 12 setting, which is the dark gray, and then our college kids, which is red. Unlike last year, when our college kids dominated, our college kids are vaccinated and they contributed very little to Delta, and they really haven't contributed much this year at all. As we expect, because we know significant transmission occurs in the household, that our students, our K through 12, follows our community transmission, and that's exactly what you see. As our community transmission goes up, our K through 12 student transmission goes up. And that's regardless of whether the students are in person or virtual. And it makes sense because we know our students gather, we know they do social things, and we know things happen whether they're in school or not. This is the entire pandemic. We didn't have cases in the beginning for New River Health District. So back in September last year, that initial blip you see is our college blip. That was when our college kids came back. And then we slowed down, and then we went into the B117, which was our big surge last year that everyone saw. And then we came down back in September of this year. We then had our Delta surge, and now you can see our Omicron surge. And obviously, our cases are exponential. Our hospitalizations have decoupled somewhat. They have gone up, but not significantly. And our deaths, you can see that our biggest surge in deaths was back last winter. Deaths do tend to lag. We are a couple of weeks into our Omicron surge. We don't expect the deaths to be anywhere what they were just because of the things I've already talked about. This is Virginia as a whole, 26,000 cases. That's a significant number of cases, and we know that's well underreported. We know people are not getting tested. We know people are not reporting the results of home tests. So we know that's an underreport. And we have wastewater surveillance that tells us that that's an underreport, probably by about 3 to 4-fold. This is Virginia hospitalizations. You'll see some negative numbers there. What that is when they're correcting for people that may have been out-of-state people or people who actually weren't hospitalized for COVID. You'll see there's a sharp rise in hospitalizations, again, but it's not anywhere near proportional to the rise in cases. So, we may have double the hospitalizations, whereas we have 4 or 5-fold the number of cases, and that's what we're seeing with Omicron. And the same thing for deaths. The death rate has somewhat decoupled. Deaths actually had gone down. Just because of the numbers, the sheer numbers, we do expect to see our deaths will go up, unfortunately. This is the VHHA data for hospitalizations across the state. You can see the sharp increase to the far right. But again, that's not unexpected with the sheer numbers. Omicron variant started in South Africa. This is the curve for South Africa. You can see it went up very exponentially, and it dropped just as quickly, and that's kind of how they do. That's how the epi curve goes. When something goes up that fast, it's going to drop that fast. So it goes up over about 4 weeks and drops down over 4 weeks. And you can see that the deaths really did not follow like it did with the previous surges. This is United Kingdom. They're also coming off of their Omicron surge. Same thing. They kind of went straight from Delta into Omicron, but their deaths really did not go up accordingly. So this is our data about vaccination status. I will say this is VDH data pretty much through to 2021. Fully vaccinated is considered 2 doses of the mRNA or 1 dose of the Johnson & Johnson. I know they've since come out talking about boosters, and they're not saying fully vaccinated as much anymore. They're saying up to date on vaccines, but we really didn't start doing booster shots until September. So fully vaccinated here is at least 2 doses of the mRNA or 1 dose of Johnson & Johnson. And you can see in the yellow line, obviously, and this is rates of infection, our unvaccinated people have much higher rates of infection than our partially vaccinated or our fully vaccinated individuals, to the tune of 2.2 times and 4.3 times. Hospitalization status, the same thing. The yellow line again is our unvaccinated population. The light blue line is our partially and then our fully vaccinated. And then the rates of death, it follows the same pattern. If you look at Virginia, we have over 5.75 million Virginians have been fully vaccinated. 1.7% have developed COVID, 0.047% have been hospitalized, and 0.0172% have died. The CDC data, and the reason I present this is to show you that as a proportion of the population and what the risk is. So you see our younger folks are a considerable proportion of our population, but they really aren't a considerable portion of the deaths from COVID, whereas when we get to our older folks, they're a much higher percentage of our deaths and a lower percentage of our population. This goes through our vaccine numbers. This is for the district as a whole. Overall, we do well compared to some of our other localities. We are lagging in the 18 to 24-year-old age group, and that's pretty much across the country. And then obviously our 5 to 11-year-olds just got approved, so we're trying to catch up there. And this is fully vaccinated and then booster dose numbers. So we're doing fairly well. Montgomery County's numbers are better. Montgomery County is more in the 60% range as far as our school-age kids, 12 to 15, 16, 17-year-olds, still lagging in the 18 to 24 population. UNESCO, which is the United Nations Educational, Science, and Cultural Organization. This isn't anything that anyone hasn't seen before, but the disruption that our school closures caused, interrupted learning for our students, poor nutrition, confusion and stress for our teachers. I don't think anyone who's in a frontline or essential position hasn't had significant disruption, significant stress over these past 2 years. Parents unprepared for distance and homeschooling. It's all the same things we've talked about. Unintended strain on the healthcare systems. They refer to healthcare providers who rely on their children to be able to go to school, to be able to go to work. And that's a very real stress, as our healthcare systems right now are really strained. And it's challenging when they can't go to school. So we see all of this, and these things we all know, they disproportionately affect our most vulnerable students, our disadvantaged students, pretty disproportionately. So the latest CDC guidance is about clear as mud, and it's really challenging because people like something that they can follow, and when they can't follow it, they tend to just throw it aside and they don't want to follow it. We're working with Jason, we're working with all of our school systems to try and really make things work. The thing I want to point out is that they are very cognizant of the in-person learning. They're very cognizant of encouraging vaccination. They're very cognizant of encouraging masking and layered mitigation. And we're trying to do that layered mitigation with all of our school systems. I know we've worked on ventilation. We do have the masking. We do have at least the 3-foot distancing as much as possible. It's not a perfect world, but we do that as much as we possibly can. But basically, the new guidance has shortened the isolation and quarantine times. It takes into account vaccination status. It also takes into account roles. Someone who is absolutely essential to maintaining operations, we have a little bit of flexibility there. It also does take into account if people can't quarantine. So we're trying to work with everybody, and we're trying to keep our kids in school. We're trying to keep our kids engaged. We're trying to keep our parents able to work. We're trying to keep people doing what they need to do during this, recognizing it's not going away. We have to live with it, and we have to be able to move on with it. I think that's the end there. I did want to talk about a couple of other things because I know that those are on people's minds. And I do want to bring up something that was mentioned by one of your public address speakers as far as death rates. The death rates that were quoted are in vaccinated individuals. There was a CDC study. It was 1.2 million people who were vaccinated between December of 20 and October of 2021. The death rate was 0.0033%. It was mostly those who were greater than 65, immunocompromised, and had greater than 6 other underlying conditions. 78% of those who died had 4 or more underlying conditions, and all of the deaths had at least one underlying condition. But they were not all comers. They were in vaccinated individuals. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we do have good therapeutics now. They are becoming more readily available. We have remdesivir, which is an antiviral. We have monoclonal antibodies, and we have the pills coming out. And we're trying to get those out for people who are COVID positive, who are high risk, to get them, and they do work. They very much do work. One other thing I wanted to talk about is masking as source control. Again, it's not a perfect world. We're doing the best we can. We do have some recent studies that have come out. We knew fit is very important. We know that the medical masks are better than cloth masks. The weakness is that they're open on the sides. That's why they do the knot and tuck. Again, you're looking at risk reduction, mitigation. You're not looking at risk elimination. The N95 is the best mask there is. Those of us in the medical field that get it fitted, that's the one that's absolutely the 98% blocking of aerosols and particles, droplet particles. The surgical does a really good job. And if you do this, or you do one of those bands around the back to help tighten it, it goes from about 56% of cough aerosols and 42% of exhaled to 72 to 75%. I think that's a pretty good increase for just a mild change in what we're doing with masking. It's not perfect. It's not going to be perfect. We're not going to eliminate, but it at least is something that helps us as we all try and make this work. And then the very last thing, talking about testing. PCR testing, which is what we offer through the health department, is good for diagnostic testing, but we know it stays positive for far too long to really be used for people who are trying to see if after 5 days they can come out of that isolation. We need the antigen test for that. Unfortunately, we just don't have a good supply of the antigen tests right now. And we know that access is a problem, and unfortunately that's not something that we can control right now. And I think that's about all I had. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to go ahead and field those.
Thank you, Dr. Bissell. I appreciate that. Anybody questions?
Yeah, I have one. So you mentioned folks who can or you cannot quarantine. What did you mean by that?
So the new CDC guidance does explicitly say that people who cannot, so the guidance says that for students, those who are vaccinated, and students are considered vaccinated with 2 doses of the Pfizer, they don't have to quarantine if they have an exposure. They can wear masks and they can be at school and monitor for symptoms. Those who are not vaccinated are supposed to quarantine for 5 days and monitor for symptoms, and then they can come back after day 5 as long as they're not having symptoms. The CDC guidance gives a little bit of flexibility that if the home situation, if it is such that they can't quarantine, we should try to work with them on that. Now, of course, that's if they're totally asymptomatic. The same thing for staff members. And this is people who are asymptomatic. And it really gets back to what we should do for any infectious disease. If you're symptomatic, you should stay home. If you're not symptomatic, we should have a little bit of flexibility to work with people and look at their situations. And so we're trying to do the best we can with that.
When do you think the that we'll hit our peak in the area for Omicron?
So Northern Virginia is peaking right now. We're about a week behind. So we expect that within the next week, we will hit our peak. I know we have our college kids coming back. They are required to get the booster shots. I'll be honest, I think a lot of them probably have been exposed to Omicron already, and a lot of them have had other COVID already. So while we do expect that they will give us some increase in our cases, we don't expect that they're going to give us a huge increase in our cases. And we know from our past experience that our college kids, they really kept it to themselves. Now, Omicron is much more transmissible, so, that could vary a little bit, but there's so much community spread anyway that we really don't expect our college kids are going to give us a huge change. And we're underestimating we're undercounting our cases multiple fold, at least 3 to 4 fold, maybe even more.
What about other variants?
So there are other variants. We have the advantage, and there will always be other variants, as COVID's not going to go away. And that's why we really just have to learn to live with COVID and function with COVID. And the nice thing is, as more and more, when it first presented, we were all naive. Our immune systems had never seen it before, right? Now with the vaccines, with people having had COVID, with people being vaccinated and having COVID, we're not naive anymore. And so the hope is that with each new variant that comes, because there are already other variants, and if they're not super transmissible, they won't outpace what it was Delta, or now it's Omicron, and they won't become a big problem. There are other variants. There are probably 20 or 30 variants right now. So there will always be other variants.
I guess I meant a variant that is going to be as strong as Omicron.
Right now, we don't see one. There was stuff on the news a couple weeks ago about the variant in France.
Mm-hmm.
The variant in France was actually present before Omicron, and it didn't take off. Omicron quickly pushed it out. So, and we, in the state of Virginia, we have other variants that we find on our sequencing. We sequence, probably 1 in 7 right now of the tests that we're doing. And we have a great relationship with Fralin. So if I really want a test to be sequenced, if someone's traveled or has super high risk, I can get it sequenced. And there are other variants. I mean, we've had some people who've had some unusual things who are immunocompromised, and they don't have the exact Delta or the exact Omicron. They have a few other mutations. But those are not transmissible enough. They aren't kind of gaining enough steam to displace. They didn't displace Delta, and they're not going to displace Omicron.
So, Dr. Bristol, knowing that Omicron is, I think you said, was it 3 times or 4 times more transmissible than other variants that we've seen, practically speaking for us in the schools, I mean, I think this is kind of the anxiety that I hear from parents and that I feel, for myself and my family, this idea that, oh my goodness, like what we did before is not going to be good enough, in the next couple of weeks. So I guess I'll give you an opportunity to speak to that, but I guess my specific question is, are there steps that you would recommend that is there anything that we should be doing differently, basically?
So, we're at the point in this pandemic that we have to make the transition to endemic, just like we have for other diseases for which we have a vaccine. We have a very safe, effective vaccine. People have to do a risk assessment. They have to inform their behavior by that risk assessment, and that's going to be different for everybody. I think what family members what you can do with your students, with your family, I think the masking is very effective. My daughter came home from school today and she said that a lot of students in school are wearing the KN95s. I think that's great. If that makes, them feel better and their parents feel better that they are wearing a KN95, which does have better filtration, I think that's great. I think, allowing students and families to choose if they want to wear the surgical, if they want to continue to wear the cloth, it's something. Again, we're about risk mitigation. We're not about risk elimination. There will be transmission. The kids are going to be exposed everywhere. They're going to be exposed at home. They're going to be exposed when they're doing their social activities. They're going to be exposed at school. You do what you can to mitigate. Kids are very low risk anyway. Kids who are vaccinated are extremely low risk. Our staff members who are vaccinated are extremely low risk, as we just saw those numbers. and so it's all about those trade-offs. Nobody likes the masking for sure. It does provide a barrier. I think when you tell people you have to wear a KN95, if they're doing that risk assessment and they don't feel that they need that, it is definitely harder to breathe with a KN95, and it can be more uncomfortable. People who double mask, it can be more uncomfortable. I think we do say, look, right now, while we have Omicron, let's keep the masks on. We can reevaluate that. We do expect by February, we're going to be in a totally different place. We really expect by February, our cases are going to drop. We don't see another variant right now that is going to, is going to take over at this point. We'll be getting into our spring and our summer. We know it's seasonal. We may be dealing with another variant in the fall, but again, we're not immunologically naive anymore. We've been exposed, and most of us in public health, I think we're all going to get exposed and get COVID at some point, and we have to do what we feel is best to protect us, and there's lots of things out there to protect us.
Dr. Bissell, thanks for coming out tonight. I guess I'm new to this, so I have like a million questions for you, so I'm just going to ask you the hardest one tonight. So I guess, during this recent period, I've known more people to have gotten sick than throughout the entire period, and sadly, more people who have died than throughout the entire period. So certainly, I'm not in favor of changing any of the mask stuff right now, but certainly at some point, we realize that COVID is going to be with us arguably forever, but we don't want to wear masks forever, right? So at some point, there's got to be that inflection, right? So,
right.
I don't know if you can predict the future, but under what conditions would you recommend we even start to consider taking masks off in our schools?
I'm hopeful that our Omicron surge is that transition, that we really kind of make that move from pandemic to endemic, and that's where we can make that transition to getting back to normal. Right now, I think it looks really good. I will say there are a lot of schools in Europe where they don't have masking in their schools now, and their data is good. Again, I think we're in a totally different place than we were last year, 2 years ago. It's not going to go away. And so, yeah, I think we do have to look at that. I think with Omicron right now, it is reasonable to keep the masking, to let people decide what level of masking they want to do, just have something. But I think we do have to start looking to that transition to endemic. We talk about other diseases, and I actually do have, so other diseases for which we have a vaccine. One of them is flu, and I know people got really upset about comparing this to flu. But the recent CDC data that we have is for COVID, the infection fatality rate. And when we talk about infection fatality rate, that we use what we call seroprevalence, how many people have antibodies that have had it and may not even know, as far in our documented cases. The CDC data suggests that the infection fatality rate of COVID is 0.23%. For Omicron, it's 0.07%. And then they go and they break it down by ages. For 0 to 19-year-olds, it's 0.003%. For 20 to 49-year-olds, it's 0.02%. For 50 to 69-year-olds, it's 0.5%. And 70 plus, it's 5.4%. When you look at flu, it's generally expected about 0.1%. But again, that's going to go up and down, right? That goes up and down depending on age, depending on comorbidities and risk factors. And we have a vaccine. Meningitis caused by H. influenza, Haemophilus influenza, mortality rate. And this is even with a vaccine. No vaccine is 100%, right? Can be as high as 3 to 5%. Neisseria meningitis can be as high as 5 to 10%. And strep pneumoniae can be as high as 10 to 20%. Hepatitis A, 0.5%. Measles, 0.1 to 0.2%. Pertussis, for students who are older than 14, 0.01%. For students who are less than 5, 4%. So these are all things we deal with every year. They're in our schools, they're in our universities, they're in our communities. We see meningitis every year. We see hepatitis A every year, which is why it was added to our childhood immunizations. We see flu. So that's where we have to look at this and say we're making that transition from pandemic to endemic, and we have to accept and do our risk assessment. We have a vaccine, a safe, effective vaccine, and we do that. With flu, we don't count cases anymore. We do what's called surveillance. And why we do that is because flu right now is endemic, but we want to monitor to see if it becomes pandemic, like H1N1 did back in 2009. So we monitor for different variants of flu. We look at our hospitalizations, we look at our deaths, and we follow that very closely so that if it does transition back to pandemic, epidemic, we can address it. And that's what we did with H1N1.
You mentioned all those things you just mentioned, there's vaccinations for.
Yes.
So my question is, do you believe at some point that the vaccination for COVID will be required like we require other vaccinations?
I think we're going to have to wait and see. I fully support vaccinating for COVID. I think what's going to happen, it's being heard before the Supreme Court right now about mandating vaccines. There's a lot of misinformation out there about vaccines, and there are a lot of legitimate concerns about vaccines. And unfortunately, right now, I think it's become so polarized. And even our Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor was totally misinformed when she said we had over 100,000 children hospitalized right now, and many of them on ventilators. That's not true. Nationwide, we have about 3,300 children hospitalized, not 100,000. I think, it's going to become like flu, endemic, and we don't mandate the flu vaccine. So I think we have to kind of let it settle a little bit and see where we are. Because in general, everyone has to do a risk assessment. Our younger folks, it's much lower risk of the disease, with or without the vaccine. Obviously, people have to make that judgment. So I think we're going to have to wait and see. That I certainly can't do it. The Department of Health can't do it. It would be a legislative thing where, and I will tell you that one of the big things that I, as a public health person, advocated for was the meningitis vaccine, because meningitis is a lethal disease. I mean, it is a deadly disease. And it took us well over 10 years to get that as part of the required childhood immunizations. The other one that we've advocated for is hepatitis A, and we finally got that. And we just had a hepatitis A outbreak in Roanoke that killed 4 people. I think we have to kind of let it all look at the data, and I think COVID's going to come out like a lot like flu. And remember, a public health success, every year when I try to vaccinate people for flu, I say it may not prevent you from getting flu, but if it prevents you from being hospitalized and dying, to me, that's a success. And people say, well, the vaccine's only 40% effective. And the media doesn't help me. That's the headline. Flu vaccine's only 40% effective. Well, 40% is better than 0%. Right? So, I mean.
Well, you answered a lot of the questions I was getting ready to ask about other diseases and vaccinations that we have, and especially the flu, because, it's, as you kind of said, it's kind of a guessing game as to what strand is going to be the dominant strand and what vaccine we put out each year. And I'm hopeful that that's exactly where we're headed, and it sounds like from what you're saying, with COVID, so that we get rid of these masks and folks are able to choose, if this is something they feel they need to do.
I do think starting this coming fall, there will be COVID boosters, flu boosters. They're already working on a combined shot. They're doing clinical trials right now on a combined shot. So this fall, we may be doing one, the other, or both. and we'll offer those like we do everything else.
Yeah, I just know, as you've said, it's time to start living and breathing again, and figure out how we push through this, no matter how scary it can be.
Well, I think the data supports that it's becoming less scary, and that's epidemiology, and unfortunately, infectious disease, none of us asked for this. Nobody wanted this. But this is the hand that we're dealt. And, it's been a challenging 2 years, but I think we're in a place right now where we know what puts us at risk. We have ways to mitigate. And remember, there's no risk elimination. And we do. And people are doing that right now. People are getting out and living more. And that's really important. The mental health effects, the task force we talk about every day. And a lot of it is our younger population, our younger kids are really struggling. Anxiety, depression, substance use, suicidal attempts, suicidal completions. We can't underestimate the ill effects of the strategies that we use for mitigation. And we have to find that balance.
So one question, because I had a conversation with someone and I was a little confused about their thought process. So this is airborne, correct? So in the beginning, we were wiping down, cleaning everything, as soon as someone walked away. So where are we at with making sure that we are coming behind everything and everybody and wiping and spraying? How transmissive are we at with this now?
We knew pretty early on that fomite surface contamination is not how this is spread. So regular cleaning is fine. And I know everyone went out and spent a lot of money on Ghostbuster type things. But regular cleaning is fine. And the reality is you go do that big cleaning, as soon as some kid touches his snotty nose and touches it, it's there. Mm-hmm. Hand washing, which should be everything, right? Hand washing before you eat, before you touch food, after you use the restroom. Let's make that a big thing, which will far go beyond COVID. When you say aerosol and droplet, that's another thing. People got so hell-bent on one or the other. It's a spectrum. And not every COVID particle is aerosol, and not every COVID particle is droplets. It really is just the size. And when you're coughing or sneezing, it does tend to be a lot more droplets. You have a lot more mucus, and those tend to be larger particles, which will drop down. When you're just exhaling, it tends to be more small particles, which are aerosols, which can hang a little bit longer. It's a spectrum. It's not one or the other. It's both. And, flu tends to be, because cough is a very big component of flu, it tends to be more of those droplets, which drop down more quickly, so they don't travel like the aerosols do.
Okay,
but the surface contamination, we don't need to be focusing on that. Simple cleaning, hand washing goes a long way.
Thank you.
So Dr. Bissell, I'm following you on what you're saying about, where we're headed on this, and I think that's obviously consistent with what many health experts are saying and what the current administration messaging is on this. But I guess I look at that as that might be where we are in a couple months or by the summer or whenever that hopefully happens. But in the coming weeks, if we are seeing, we're still you said we're still a week out from our surge. Under what circumstances do you get worried about schools being? I mean, I don't think anybody wants to close schools. I don't think anybody wants to go back to some of the different mitigation models that we had before. But I'm assuming at some point, there is concern about, what if we start seeing huge case numbers? What if, I'm assuming, if we get to a point where we can't have, we don't have enough staff to run the schools or something like that might be an issue. When we think about it in the, what to expect in the next 2 or 3 weeks type of thing, do you get, are you worried about any of that? Is there something that we can or should be doing to, to avoid maybe some of the worst case scenarios there if we have to go there? Or is it just kind of a wait and see from your perspective on that?
So we do expect we're going to peak within the next week or so. Again, as we've said, the only reason we would shut things down would be operational challenges. I mean, if you obviously cannot staff, then that's one thing. And it wouldn't be system-wide, district-wide. It would be related to a specific school. I think the advantage is with the shortened isolation and quarantine and with some flexibility, if you have a staff member who is vaccinated and not boosted, who's been exposed, who is not symptomatic, they can work masking. So I think there is some flexibility to get through this next week or two. I do think we'll see increasing, we're seeing it across the board. We're seeing it in our first responders, we're seeing it in our service industries, we're seeing it in our healthcare facilities. Some of the healthcare overload is physical beds, but it's also they don't have staff to take care of the beds because of people who are out. And that kind of prompted the CDC to say, if healthcare workers test positive and they're asymptomatic, they can work. COVID's been unique. We didn't know a lot about it. We kind of treated it differently. But when you think about it, most infectious diseases, we look at symptoms to guide us. And with flu, we tell people when you have flu, 24 hours fever-free, symptoms gone, go back, right? We don't set a time frame that it has to be 3 days, it has to be 5 days, it has to be this. And that really is what we need to take forward. That's how we have to look at it.
So I guess the flip side of that question then, when we get more towards, as we move more towards the endemic side, I'm assuming that doesn't change our position, the health care professions, I guess, position on vaccination and that encouragement to be vaccinated. So I'm expecting that that's still something that that we can work with you guys on to perhaps to encourage that in the future as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a product of chickenpox parties, right? But all of my kids are vaccinated for chickenpox. We will always advocate vaccination over infection. Okay. If we have a safe, effective vaccine. We are very available to offer vaccination, to offer boosters. We will be offering vaccination. We'll come into schools in the fall and we'll be offering both of them again. Because I'm pretty confident that we'll be offering them. So we'll do our best, and we will. We will encourage vaccination.
Is that something you might even be able to do in the spring if we wanted you to do that, or are you guys just don't have the bandwidth to do that at this point?
Do what, another booster?
Oh, to do clinics or anything like that in the schools.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. And we have great partnerships with Martin's Pharmacy, Christiansburg Pharmacy, Blacksburg Pharmacy, and they've been wonderful to help us get out and do clinics. Okay. So. If you all see the need that there's a school in particular that all of a sudden we have a lot of demand and request for vaccine, we do have the vaccine. That's not a problem. So we can come, and we still have flu vaccine. It's not too late to get a flu vaccine, and we're still trying to encourage people to get flu vaccines. So that's easy to do. We can make that happen for sure.
So what about workplaces, work sites? When we talk about the children being out, but then we have the parents and, folks come to work because they have to. Yeah. Being able to come to a work site and do vaccinations.
We're actually going to work sites. So if you're interested in us coming, we went and did a booster shot campaign today. We did them yesterday. We've been to several.
Is there a number of employees that have to be? Okay, I had that argument with my plant manager.
No, Ashley Briggs is our business continuity team person. Ashley will set it up. We've been going all along to do primary vaccination, booster vaccination, flu vaccination. We're going to McDonald's. We're trying to get out and offer a vaccine. We did the Christmas store. We did a big campaign trying to get people vaccinated. So we're always happy to come out and offer a vaccine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Any other questions, anyone? Thank you very much,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Bissell, for all the information. Very informative, very helpful. We appreciate it.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any specific questions for Jason or Danny about our situation.
And if I may, Dr. Meyer, I just
Right.
want to take the opportunity, Dr. Bissell, I feel like standing up here tonight, many of the questions she answered, I feel like she took those questions for me, right? Those questions were coming from me. So thank you, Dr. Bissell. I appreciate it. And again, I want to publicly state how much I valued the partnership we've had with her and her staff, Dr. Bissell, Jason Deese, the Newer Valley Public Health Task Force, Holly Lesko, Ashley Briggs, some of the other folks she's spoken to. It really has been invaluable for myself. And I think Danny would probably say the same when we have situations and we can reach out to local medical professionals almost any time of the day over the weekend and get those answers. So I would be really remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to thank those folks today. So thank you. I do have a couple things I'll just share quickly, specifically for the school division. I just want to talk about some things headed into second semester in regards to an update. We also probably should share with the board and also with the general public. Once again, we continue the Montgomery County Virtual School. A lot of work there done with Mr. Husband, Mr. Pauly, and Dr. Wickham in putting that together. I don't have all the specific details. I'm sure they do, but we absolutely have students who have come back to Montgomery County in-person attendance, and we've had others who have made decisions to go to virtual. So that opportunity still exists for those families who have concerns, and I think that's important for us to note. We do continue to practice layered mitigation. We do still have lots of things in place. Stay home when you're sick, washing your hands regularly, hand sanitizer, air filtration systems, all of that. Again, hats off to Tommy and his staff. It just seems like throughout the entire pandemic, we just have not been without. We've had the things we need when many other places are saying they're having trouble finding it. So we are able to continue practicing the layered mitigation. A significant change we do have in place, as Dr. Bissell mentioned, we have lined up with CDC and VDH guidance, been able to shorten our quarantine and isolation periods. When you think all the way back to the very beginning, that was 14 days. Then it came back to 10, and now it's down to 5. And that is important in terms of being able to get students back into school faster, and for HR being able to get personnel, employees back on the job faster. So that's important. One other piece that I would mention, we are participating in the Virginia VISTA program. That's the screening testing program that is available to any of our students and any of our employees. So kind of a little bit of a commercial here. You can sign up at any time. We've got that web address available where you can sign up. That puts you in place for weekly PCR testing at no charge at your school. The other piece, because it's a screening program, you don't have to stay out of school waiting for that test result to come back. It's a screening test. The only time you're out is if it comes back positive. And we've got, last time I looked, approximately just over 200 participants in that program. That's available to any staff member or student. Additionally, you heard Dr. Bissell mention a few times rapid tests. By being involved in the VISTA program, we have had a good supply of rapid tests available that we've been able to supply to employees and to students when they believe they have an exposure or when they begin to demonstrate symptoms. So for families that have had a hard time finding those or needing those, we've been able to provide those. I can't promise that we'll have that forever because certainly there are limits. But we did accept our first shipment back in October. We accepted our second shipment in December and have been making those tests available to families and staff members who need them to help them get that diagnostic result and have their answer and either get them out of school if need be or get them back to school if possible. The only other thing I would mention, two other things I would mention quickly. I also need to give a big thank you to our school nurses and our lead nurse, Kelly Hager. They have been fundamental to the job we've done and really have been extremely vigilant in taking questions, answering questions, and really working through the fine details. The last piece I would share would just be some information about attendance. We had some folks, I believe, asking about attendance. Dr. Johnson, our Dean of Students, does regularly check attendance throughout the year. He says 93 to 95% is pretty much our attendance rate. That's our pretty much normal attendance rate. Mr. Wickham pulled for me in technology today, just the first 4 days back to school. Of course, one of those was a snow virtual day. So, not a big set of data. Also a little bit of a skewed set of data with that one day where essentially everybody got counted present from working at home. We're within 5% at every school of where we were back in December. So we haven't seen a big change in attendance just being back this first week back. And that 5% is actually an improvement. That's a 5% increase in what that same school had back in December before the break. So just some key information I would share about our division. And again, I appreciate you letting me take the opportunity to say a lot of thank yous because it's been a big team effort. Are there any questions for me?
I've got one question. Do we make the N95 masks available for our teachers and staff? And if not, is that something that we could do?
N95s at one point, we have supplied the clinics with N95s. Tommy probably can speak to it best. I think generally what's available is the surgical mask. But we have at one time or another had a supply of N95s. Tommy can speak best to that.
We can supply any mask that's out on the marketplace. The thing to keep in mind, and this is just looking at CHS and VHS, the mask that we've provided to schools to date is at 5 cents a piece. So at VHS and CHS, that would have been $1,800. The KN95 mask is 37 cents a piece. It changes the cost to almost $13,000. And then if we go with the N95, it's $225 to $250 a piece. That cost then jumps to $90,000. So, the funds we've used are our CARES Act funds. Those funds will be expiring. Those funds have been allocated to construction projects. They've been allocated to new positions that fit within the COVID-related spectrum. So if we expand our costs, and at some point I've got to go to another funding source, with all of our funds now have been allocated to budgets. We don't have a reserve like the county does. We're not allowed in Virginia by law to have that. So then we have to start looking at what we're going to move around to have those funds available.
Now, we do have a supply, and if it's requested,
we can get anything you need. We have a supply on hand, about 150 to 200 of those masks,
So if
but I
staff
can get
member-
everything I need within 10 days.
If someone requests it, then we'll supply it to them, but it's not the mask we leave laying out for everyone to pick up coming into the school.
It would not be a problem at all, as Dr. Meyer said, none at all.
Yep.
Cool, thank you.
You guys?
I guess I have a couple questions, but while we're on that topic of the masks, I do think, you can go ahead and sit down, Tommy. I do think that probably recommending that people use either the surgical mask or the like a KN95 or N95 is probably something that I would support. It has been, there has been that new research that came out, like Dr. Bissell said, it's been all over the news. I think Dr. Lindsay Marr from Virginia Tech, who just won like a faculty award for her work on aerosol transmissions, and several other experts that we've relied on have basically come out with that consistent messaging. So, being as we're an institute of education, I don't see a problem with educating people who maybe don't pay as close attention to that type of thing, to let them know, hey, this is one way you can, you can mitigate more than you had been. If you've been wearing a cloth mask, here's some N95, or I'm sorry, you can wear an N95, but here's some surgical masks that we make available. So I do think that that's something that we should possibly look into doing. My question to you, Jason, specifically is, Dr. Bissell also mentioned the new CDC guidelines, which I think we have adopted. Is the website updated with those new procedures? I know for a while that we had that flow chart, I think that came from the New River Health Department. I know a lot of people kind of relied on that to know what to do. So I do think it's important to maybe update that information on the website.
Yes, sir. We're doing our best. I think Dr. Bissell made mention of it that it is one of those situations where there's a lot of details and there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. So it's a delicate balance between what people would be willing to read and consume.
Yeah, sure.
Versus really covering the bases. So I think she's passing out some information there. A lot of that information that we share on the website comes through the task force. So as it becomes available, we update the site. It usually comes to myself, Mr. Knott. We kind of review it together, make sure it matches what we're doing, and then we get it to Ms. Drake, and she puts it up on the website.
Okay. But we wouldn't allow anybody to come back unless they were, at least officially, unless they were asymptomatic, right? That's the guidance?
Well, it's not, no, sir. I mean, the guidelines say that on the 6th day, provided your symptoms are better and you're not carrying a fever, you can return. That's the CDC guidance. So it's not completely.
Okay, but we're following that
Yes, sir.
CDC
Yes,
guidance.
sir.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. Thanks.
And in regards to masks, Mr. Chewbacca, I don't think we've put out specific guidance regarding specifically masks and types of masks probably since August of last year. We've just continued that same stance. So certainly we'll execute the will of the board. If that's what the board desires, we'll put forward new direction and guidance.
Okay, wait, I was going to say, I want to piggyback on that because that's not something I do support. I don't, because I think that when you start requiring a certain kind of mask, I think that causes an issue. It's hard enough for some of these teachers to keep little cloth masks on 5-year-old children and 6-year-old children. They're spending all their day trying to keep a paper mask or an N95. I'm sorry, I will not support
No,
that
I'm not
one
suggesting.
bit.
I'm not suggesting any kind of a requirement because I think any masking is better than nothing.
I agree.
Right? So
I
we
think-
all know that. But I think what the new guidance is based on, the new research is showing.
I hear
is,
what you're saying, but with all due respect, when you start bringing up those conversations, people get bits and pieces of that, and then before you know it, the board has said, and I don't want to be any part of that.
I'm confused. So you're saying you don't want to educate people that.
If you want to educate, that's fine, but I think you need to make sure that it's an education purpose only, opposed to, well, we need to consider as a board requiring a certain type of mask.
I never said.
I didn't hear that at all.
I never
Okay,
said
but
requiring.
I'm talking to him, please.
Okay.
Thank you. But, I just want to make sure that that's clear, that that's just for information purposes only, because when we do leave meetings, when things like that are said, it does become I don't want to say, a topic of a frantic conversation. Also now, is this what the school's going to start requiring? So where are we going to get that? So is this what we're going to, it does happen. So I want
That's
to
fine.
make
I mean,
sure
I
that's
think,
clarified.
but I think it's easy enough for us to put out information through the channels that we have, and we can point people to that. But I think to let people know that, hey, if you haven't been using a surgical mask that we make available, or something better, that leading experts are basically suggesting this as a way of getting better protection, in this surge. So I don't see a problem in educating people on that.
I also liked how Dr. Bissell taught us to do what she does with her surgical mask. Is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I mean, we send out information in Peach Jar about all sorts of things, right? I mean, we could have send out a link like, hey, here, update your masks. Just an
That's
encouragement.
different, if
right?
you're interested.
Yeah.
If you want to update your mask, if you want to do something different, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
I mean,
gotcha.
that's all
That's
I'm
not the
saying.
way it came out.
Okay.
That's not the way it sounded at all. Yes, you said that. Yes. So I don't want, that's why I said we need to make sure we're careful with that.
So,
Fine, we
okay,
can be
let me
careful
just,
with our wording.
let me
but-
bring this together then. So basically, Jamie's requesting that we make sure that this is not a requirement or a strongly encouraged, but that we are educating our community in the idea that masks. There are a variety of masks out there and what they can do, and maybe even show them how to do what they can with the ones they have, and just make sure that it's not, we keep it as education and not a requirement.
Sure, but it's an education for if you want the greatest amount of protection comes from using, a surgical mask or a KN95 worn.
I think how you word that would be.
Sure, I mean,
Absolutely.
So I'm hearing that you'd like for us to educate our folks and let us work on the wording of that?
Yeah. Just
I don't even
to let them know that
when you say educate our folks, see, I don't even like that idea. I like just a bullet point of what, if you want to put, do you want to update your mask?
Well, you know what,
that kind of thing.
what wouldn't hurt now is a reminder, because now we are starting the new school year, and I don't know what's going to happen as of Saturday either, when we have a new governor and there may be different masks. He may lift the, I'm not even quite sure. It's not a mask mandate, but I guess it is a mask mandate.
It is a mask
It is a
mandate.
mask, and so he's probably going to leave it up to local communities to decide how they want to manage it. So that might be a good time to say, we as a school system, we are still wearing masks. Here's the different kind of masks that are out there. We could kind of tie it into that. Assuming that's what we're going to be doing? Have we made that decision?
I was going to say, I don't
Well, just to give you a little information, I think back on August 10th, prior to the governor making the decision to require masks, our board actually voted to require masks.
To require masks, right.
So at this point, it is the school board that has required that, and it would have to be some different action to reverse that, from my understanding.
The motion was to follow CDC guidance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if CDC guidance changed, the school division would follow suit with that automatically
Exactly.
based on the current action taken by the board.
Okay. Okay, thank you for saying that,
But we could
because
just-
I've been telling people, no, that it was not our decision, that we are following what
Well, our decision was
and
to
the governor
follow.
is requiring. Because
Yes, but the motion that was made was to follow CDC guidance. So I went back and pulled all the action by the board related to our health and safety plan. And just to really confirm that I knew what was going on, we're also updating the big book, right? And the motion that was made was to follow CDC guidance. It was not to adhere to SB 1303. The motion was to follow CDC guidance. So even if the legislation is repealed right now in Montgomery County schools, we would still follow CDC guidance because that was the action taken by the board.
And I think it's going to be important to let people know that that is what we approved, and that's what we are still going to be doing going forward.
Yeah.
Because I think if the governor makes a change, people might get confused as to what the change is, so.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yep, we'll do that. We'll make sure that information gets out if it does change, and there's information out there about the new governor reversing that. Just letting them know how our school board acted in August on that. And just until there's another action by you, that's where we are.
Okay.
So.
I actually have a question. I don't know if anybody else had any other COVID-related questions, but mine are for Danny Knott. He's like waiting. I could tell he's been waiting to come up here.
Yes, I was just waiting for that.
He's very excited.
Thrilled.
Okay, staffing numbers. If you could help us understand where we are, obviously, from the perspective of continuing educating our students and keeping them in the classroom, which is what our goal is, to keep kids in school. But as Dr. Bissell even mentioned, you can only do so much if you don't have anybody to teach them. So where are we on staffing? And when I ask that, I mean not only just teachers, but custodians, lunch cafeteria workers, because I'm hearing some stories about cleaning in the schools, and I'm hearing several stories that things are just, there's a lack of custodians, so therefore there's a lack of things being cleaned on a regular basis. And we're telling our community that we're, cleaning and sanitizing, and I'm not quite sure that's what we're able to do with the number of custodians that we have right now. So.
Currently, we have, I just crunched the numbers, of all of our staff, we have 0.19 staff in quarantine, 49 total staff in quarantine across the division, across all categories of employees. We don't have any schools that are being affected more than others. We're seeing pretty level right now across the board as far as the number of teachers that are out and needing substitutes. Our substitute rates, since we have been back, have been right around 90% for teachers, which is very similar to what it was prior to winter break. We've got another substitute orientation tomorrow. We've got about 16, I believe it is, additional substitutes we'll be adding tomorrow at orientation. As far as specifically to custodians, we have had one school that has, in the last week and a half, had different substitutes out. The good news is, as has been said already, by following the CDC guidance and only having a 5-day quarantine, as long as symptoms are improving and people are able to come back, we're getting people back a lot quicker.
But what are our custodian numbers then?
I can't tell you exactly what our custodian numbers are right now. I believe we've only got one position that's unfilled, but as far as having had some custodians with some illnesses, yes, we have had some of those recently.
Would it be, I'm going to throw this out to the board, so this is just me with an idea, but would it be helpful for us I think it would be helpful to see staffing numbers on a regular basis at meetings, just to see what our staffing numbers are for teachers and for other positions, just so we can, continue to keep an eye on where the numbers are and if we're able to properly staff our schools. And I mean like specific numbers, not you just telling me that, yeah, I think we got enough, but
similar
really
to what
see the
we had,
numbers.
what we were doing previously.
Yeah, we were doing that previously.
Yeah,
too.
the staffing report,
We
a
are-
regular,
Yeah,
not
especially-
just what we get in like the personnel report, because that's kind of, just a bunch
Sure.
of names listed, and I don't know who
Yeah.
what that means as
And
far
and
as
the-
what's.
The other thing that I will remind you is certain categories of employees, it's kind of like a revolving door. They come and go, and we replace, and we're constantly filling some positions throughout the school year. So, but yeah, I'm happy to, we are still collecting that data, so I'm happy to begin providing that again for you
I
guys.
can't help it. I'm an HR person. I like to look
So
at
we're
staff
about
numbers.
to peak in 2 weeks, so do we want that just for the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is let us, maybe just evaluate as we go and, and if it seems like things are going okay. That's what we did previously. We stopped giving it to you because things were okay.
Exactly,
If things become sort of okay again, then we will, we can discontinue it. But as long as, because that's something I'm looking at, and I'm being supplied with, so. it's
Maybe
no
next
reason I can't
week's meeting, we could have those numbers.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
just to take a look at it, because we look at it. I ask Danny every day, what a substitute rate's looking like at every school, and
We do. We look at substitute rates every day and try to determine also if we have a school that's disproportionately affected with sub needs, and then direct resources in that direction. And honestly, I was very concerned prior to coming back, but it's been really good. We have increased our substitute pool significantly since the start of the year.
And can I say, not only, have we increased the substitute pool, but we've been very proactive in hiring permanent, what's the terminology we're using?
Designated subs. We have 22 of those.
Yeah, we have
across the division.
22 designated subs who report to schools every day, who regardless we don't have an assigned position. So they're there knowing we're going to need them when we can't fill in somewhere. And then we take those 22 and move them around this, to the schools that are needed. So that's been a tremendous help that we've been able to, about being very proactive with that. That's been huge.
It has.
What about, I'm sorry. No. I just have one more staffing question. Bus drivers.
Okay, before we go to bus
Okay.
drivers, can I?
Sure.
Kinda
Absolutely.
talk to what you were saying about the hearsay about cleaning. I'd like to reiterate what Dr. Bissell said, that it is okay that we do normal cleaning, because I think there's a lot of people that are still expecting the extra and above cleaning. And so, did I hear you correct, Dr. Bissell, by saying that? I want to make sure that that's something that's heard, that normal, regular style cleaning is all we need to do.
Okay, I just want to make sure, let me clarify.
Okay.
What I was told is that the normal, regular cleaning
Okay.
isn't being done. Like
Okay.
tissues are laying on desks and garbage cans aren't getting emptied and floors aren't getting swept.
Because
So
I've
we're
heard
talking
some
basic cleaning.
some things alluding to.
Yeah, I don't mean
well, they're
like
not
sterilizing
Yeah,
the
right.
whole- no,
but
no.
I've heard some of that as well, and I'm kind of going,
No,
I don't
mine
think we have
was
to
a-
do that anymore.
Yeah,
This
I-
was
I
more
think-
just basic cleaning.
I think when you're hearing stuff like that, it's best to go to the source instead of bringing it up in a school board meeting.
Well, he is the source. I wanted to know how the staffing was out in our schools. So thank you, Mr. Knott.
Okay, so school bus drivers.
Oh, but yeah, and school bus drivers, how are we doing?
Okay, no, Penny's got one more.
So, with that wonderful pool of substitutes that we have, when it comes to just the standard work that we do as far as cleaning, is there a checklist that everyone knows this is what you need to do so that when we have new people coming into buildings, they know exactly what's expected?
Tommy, would you come up, please? I can't even.
You can't hide.
I try. The answer is yes, ma'am. What we do is that depending on the subs that come in, their assignments could vary depending on the needs of the school.
Right.
And so we tailor for that individual and what that school needs, that particular, and literally we'll do it by a week if they're going to be there a week, or if it's going to be one day, we'll do it for that specific day. The key that we do on the custodial side is identify what we call the core cleaning. So if you've got a school, it's going to take me 15 minutes to clean a classroom. I don't care how good you are, how slow you are, it's a 15-minute process, and that's the industry standard throughout the entire country. And so we look at that, and then based off of their staffing levels, adjust accordingly to ensure that the things that need to get done for what I call the core side of it are done every single day, because they need to be done, to ensure that we're keeping the cleanliness of the buildings in place. One thing that we are doing very strong, just to go back on COVID real quick. So as Dr. Bissell said, the big thing there is the air that gets into the filtration systems that we have in our buildings. And so we have, as y'all have seen, the air filtration units that are there. The filter itself is the key component. That is the device that actually would collect the virus. Okay? That's the biggest protection there. We'll spend on those about $400,000 a year just to maintain those units. They're changed 4 times a year. So those are our key.
Thank you.
And I'd encourage anyone, if you hear, and also teachers out there, I mean, if things aren't getting cleaned, yeah, please let us know about it, because I hadn't heard that things were not getting done in places. I don't know if you had. And so, but we definitely.
Other than one school where we knew there was a number of them out that day, and we did get subs
Maybe
there.
it's
Maybe it was at
the
school.
same place.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bus drivers.
Bus drivers. Bus drivers, we have had some COVID issues with bus drivers, and Eddie hasn't had to drive very much lately, but it's gotten close. So we are still having to provide some bus drivers there. He did just recommend in the last 2 weeks 2 people to be hired as bus drivers. So we are still working to fill positions there, to add to our staff, to add substitute bus driver. One of those was a substitute bus driver, one was a regular route driver. So we're still continuing to add there.
Danny, since we've gone to $20 an hour, I think is about 9 drivers we've hired.
Yes, sir.
So that's pretty significant. I mean, that's a huge % increase. So the pay makes a difference. It does. So we appreciate the board doing that for us.
Now, doesn't Eddie have to drive so much to keep his certification?
I believe he does.
He gets plenty.
But no, he doesn't. Actually, Tommy says he doesn't.
Kidding.
But we know how much he loves to drive a bus. So. Any other questions?
So you were talking about reporting staff absence
Yes, sir.
numbers to us. Do you also have, I don't want you to go to extra work, but what about student absences? I mean, just in the next few weeks, I'm just kind of wondering, is that something that you guys keep tabs on as well?
Sure, I can work with Jason and Dr. Johnson, and we can provide that.
All right.
Yeah, that's easy. In fact, Jason mentioned some of the attendance percentages tonight, and we'll keep monitoring that the next couple weeks too. I think that's very beneficial.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I just have one other thing I wanted to bring up, but I don't know if it makes sense now after listening to Dr. Bissell and some of the conversation we had. And I talked to you about this, Dr. Meyer, briefly about the whole concept of maybe offering some kind of a hybrid teaching to help alleviate to be able to give an opportunity to people who maybe are concerned about sending their kids to school or are immunocompromised or the kids are in isolation and they want to be able to continue making sure that their student isn't falling back. And also for teachers, it is, doing makeup packets and absence work is always very, very time consuming, as you probably remember from your teaching days. But I don't know if it makes sense or not. I don't know how easy, first of all, it would be to go to hybrid, whether that would just be way too complicated. I don't mean going hybrid like we did last year, by the way. No, that's not what I mean. I mean just offering it out as an option should somebody have a COVID-related issue and need to quarantine and be out for 5 days, or they have to stay home because they've been exposed through their parents, whatever. But I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Well, this kind of dovetails to what I was just asking about student absences, right? I mean, we had this talk, I think, this summer, right? And I still remember asking about this specific thing, what are we going to do about kids that have to, quarantine? At the time, it was 2 weeks, right? What are we going to do about kids that have to quarantine? And I think the expectation and maybe the reality for some time was that we didn't get that many of those. And I remember you, Annie, and you saying, teachers do that all the time. But I think what's happened, of course, with the Delta surge, and now it may happen even more with Omicron, is you may have so many absences that it might, it's one thing, I mean, on a normal school year, I mean, a teacher might do this for, 1 or 2 kids. With COVID, maybe you're doing it for, 10 kids throughout the whole semester. But at some point, does it become so unmanageable that it's just easier to turn on a video camera and let some of these kids catch up? I don't know.
Yeah, let me say this. I don't think there's a blanket answer across the entire division because elementary is different than middle is different than high. I think that's the thing that we may want to stay away from. I think so far what's happened is this. Many teachers who are having this hardship because of the makeup work, because it is a bear to get makeup work to kids. Some of them are turning on their cameras for Google Meet, so the kids can, I don't want to say Zoom in, Google Meet in, I guess, just to listen to lessons. Some are recording them. I think it would probably be best to leave it on a teacher, up to the teacher as to what they think is best for their class. Some teachers, I believe, may be recording the meat of their lesson and putting it out there for kids to go back and look at. But just to say, hey, allow kids access into the classroom for every student in the division. I just don't know if that is something that will be necessary at this point.
Well, maybe we look at the numbers next week and see.
Yeah, let's keep monitoring it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just an alternative to having, should things go really south, it's just an alternative to having.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to keep us
Right.
in the schools.
Yeah.
That's the goal. So,
Right.
if we have to take, a little more drastic measures to make that happen, then.
And there, and not just as a differentiate from grade level to grade level or school to school, subject to subject, it's different too.
Mm-hmm.
Some are easier to do that with than others. And so there's a lot of variables there instead of just blanketing everyone. So, Jason?
Sure. You covered most of it, Dr. Meyer. I was just going to add that, of course, if a student is out for COVID-related absence, they're counted present if they're still logging in. We've learned a lot during the pandemic about using Google Classroom and making work available. The other piece I would add is we've got a great opportunity for those students to come back and catch up or get that extra one-to-one assistance in the IE periods that are built into pretty much all of our school schedules now. So a one component that had been missing in the past is when I come back to do makeup work, my teacher's busy all day long except for their lunch and their planning period. Now there's an opportunity built into the day that I can go get extra help or say, hey, for me, it would have been math. Math was really hard to understand through Google Classroom. I could get to my math teacher and say, can you show me what I missed those couple of days I was out? So we've learned a lot from the pandemic about Google Classroom and making those Chromebooks work for the good of students. That's all.
Okay, I guess it's time to move on, huh? Anything? Anybody else have anything regarding COVID-related issues? Okay. 2022 to 2023 superintendent's budget proposal.
Okay, Mr. Krantz, if you'd come up, and I'll start this this presentation, and then Mr. Krantz will get into the meat of the finances as it looks moving forward here. Who's got control of the? All right, start clicking. There you go. All right, so we did have accomplishments last year in the 21-22 budget. We were able to give a 3% raise to our employees, and that was a huge victory considering the economy and the environment, and it went really well in terms of doing that. Our pay scale increased to where we thought at the time we went from like 7th out of 8 school divisions in starting salary to number 1 in starting salaries. But I think a couple of weeks later, Salem City Schools added $10 to theirs, and we ended up number 2. So basically, they beat us out in starting salary by $10. We're still, we are still determined to be the best in paying our teachers. There's no doubt from bottom to top, and so that was a huge accomplishment where we've come from and where we are now, and it's definitely making a huge difference in recruitment of teachers, the quality of teachers. We are recruiting a ton of teachers from other school divisions who have decided to come to us from surrounding school divisions, and we have a lot now that are driving from Roanoke to join us. And we have a lot who actually were driving to Salem and Roanoke who now stay in Christiansburg and Blacksburg and don't make the drive anymore because we are very competitive. So very proud of that fact, and that's something we obviously want to continue. School supplies purchase for all classrooms. This has been a big hit for teachers and for parents. There is a minimal cost for kids to go to school. And it's for supplies to be bought, unlike in the past. There's a huge supply list that teachers can purchase from, and they get them within a couple of days, any time during the school year. Any of the supplies that are on the list that we have, and that's we thought it would cost more, but it's actually been at a minimal cost, and so that was a big hit as well. No increase in employee health insurance premiums. We've been able to maintain that, I think, for about 3 years now, at least 2 years, and so that is that's huge as well. Something too, our athletic programs. Our schools used to have to raise money for officials, field maintenance, and security for games, and we've been able to take over that cost. And what that's allowed these schools to do is now to focus on what was happening was parents were buying uniforms and some of the basic needs of our teams. And so now, that should not be the case anymore. Fundraising for school athletics should be for the nice things, not to have things in the schools. But there should be plenty of funding in our schools now for our kids to be properly uniformed because of picking up these costs. Okay. Capital funding, of course, huge accomplishments that have been happening in terms of capital funding. We broke ground on 3 elementary schools, CES, BES, and CPS, and those projects are going absolutely wonderful. We completed this past year the CHS athletic facility, which we believe is one of the best in Virginia, and already scheduled to host top state meets due to the investment in that property. Goals pretty much remain the same for our budget. We continue with quality educational programs. It's so important that we offer the best. I want to brag, there was a ranking of school divisions that came out this past week, and out of 133, I believe, school divisions in Virginia, we ranked number 10 in the best school division in Virginia. And a lot of it had to do with our academic accomplishments, pay, several things that we worked on, but there's no school division. We're the only school division in Western Charlottesville that was recognized in the top 10, and it's the first time I've ever seen us ranked that high. And I think it shows that we're a great place to work, great place to be, and the quality of life here is very, very good. We want to continue to improve teacher pay. Every year. The past 6 years, we've increased teacher pay every single year, and it's really paying off in so many different ways. And the number one way it pays off is it attracts quality folks. And the quality folks, you get the best teachers, kids get the best education. There's no doubt about that. And we want the best, and we're able to get the best, I think. And we have some of the best teachers in the area, no doubt about that. So continuing to make sure we are increasing the teacher compensation is so important. We'll go through in a while here. The current governor, 5% pay raise. I think they said they were going to give us a 10% pay raise over 2 years, but a 5% pay raise would be this year. Of course, there's some the devil in details with that will cost us a lot of money to do that, but we'll get that in a second. Of course, maintaining employee costs for health care, because we don't want to increase health care costs and give a raise, because that takes away from the raise, obviously. So hoping we can maintain, again, this year's health care cost. And it's been fluctuating a lot more than what we'd like, up and down. And so Tommy and his folks will be looking at that the next couple of months. But at this point, we don't see any drastic changes in terms of that. Maintaining funds for technology replacement and repair. Every year we sort of have to find the money for technology. And I know Mr. Wickham, it makes him nervous every year when we have to find that money. And but I've got some good news, and I haven't even shared this with Mr. Wickham, I don't think, our Director of Technology, in terms of some possible money that has been placed into the governor's budget. Of course, bus replacement cycle. We try to get 8 buses a year. Did we get 8 last year or 6?
8. We did get to 8. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's just with good fiscal management of our funding. And just being able to look for savings, and it hasn't been in our budget. We've never been able to put it in our budget. Just being able to look for ways to fund these buses. Of course, we're funded 3 or 4 that are coming to us soon, electric buses. We've done 2 regular in this fiscal year, and then we got the 4 electric buses. Yes, so we have electric buses that are coming to us in the next month or so that we're preparing for. So that is huge too. All right, so what Tommy's done in the past couple years, and this is the cleanest way to do it, is to show you we operate in 6 different categories in our operating budget. And he's going to go through all the 6 categories, and then the last sheet is a combination of all 6 categories on one sheet to sort of show you where we are and what we're looking at. All right, Mr. Krantz? Yes, sir. So under the superintendent's statement of needs, broken down by the categories which are set by the state, this first category, which is the instructional side, this can include the teachers and counselors, curriculum administrators, basically everybody that's at a school. Also includes all the instructional supplies. So under our budget plan, we have a 5% raise. So within our instruction, that's $4.089 million. As you'll see on the slide that Dr. Myers referenced, it's got all of it. The total of a 5% raise is $5.499 million. So you can see what piece of the budget is in the instructional component of the dollars we spend. We had the instructional assistants that we raised up to $15 an hour. When we did that, there's dollars to sustain that, and so that brought in the additional $75,000 part of the budget. And then, as you recall, underneath the CARES Act, we funded 5 positions initially. The intent is for those positions, when the CARES Act funds expires, which is in 2 more years, that there can remain in the budget. So each individual year, try to take some dollars within the existing budget and set it aside for those positions, so that when we get to that point in 3 years, those positions are fully funded. So the total within the instructional side goes from a budget of $93.697 million today, adds a 4.414, giving us a new budget of $98.112 million.
And can I say something just to make sure there's clarity to that $250,000? You know, we funded several positions a few months ago with CARES money, and these positions are important, and we want to carry them beyond the 3 years. We feel it's important not to wait 3 years and fund those positions in 3 years, because we will never have the funding to do that all at once, but to actually just in slow increments over the next 3 years, put some money towards a certain percentage of those positions to include them, so we don't lose them in 3 years.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Yes, sir. So here's our teacher scale under a 5% budget increase. We go from a beginning pay of $44,500 to $47,000. Then you can see at the very top or bottom of our scale, the highest with the greatest number of years of experience, we went from $64,000 to $66,000. And remember, under Dr. Meyer, the goal has been, I think it's very prudent fiscally, is trying to compress the salary scale so that we have more equitable, salary adjustments. It's not the person at the highest level that gets the largest dollar amounts. It's kind of an equitable distribution of the pay raise that takes place. And so the average raise for everybody within the system, in that scale, it's 5.10%. So it's right at the 5% mark.
And when you look at this, make sure you look at it in a diagonal way,
right?
Not straight across, right?
Yes, sir.
Because someone that is on step 12 now, say making 47,443, will go to step 13 next year making 49,893.
Correct.
So just make sure you look at it in a diagonal way there, okay?
Category 2 is the administration, attendance, and health. This particular category is, for example, your school board, the superintendent's office, the finance office, the school nurses. There's a variety of different departments that are inside these categories, and not always the ones you think they are. As you can see, the 5% raise is $234,850. The RFP for the stakeholder feedback of $40,000, giving us a change of $274,000, raising their proposed budget from $5.64 million to $5.29 million. The next category is our transportation area. This is one of our bigger budgets. We have the 5% increase there, the bus replacement to take place with maintaining the 8 buses a year. The total increase is $1.15 million, getting their budget from 6.29 to 7.44. Right now, what's happened with the bus replacement is that the buses come off of what we do at the end of the year. Your end of the year could be up, could be down. You've been on a good wave right now, good ride, but it's not always going to be the case. So it's placing, from a fiscally prudent standpoint, get the dollars inside your budget, and that way you know what's going to happen. The average age of the fleet should not exceed 15 years. We're right now running about 7.8 years. So your program that you started when you joined the board, Dr. Meyer, and the board, has really worked well in lowering the age of this fleet and getting it down to a good level. Your operations and maintenance, which includes primarily the facility side, but it also includes on the technology side, the technicians that do the work inside the schools. You got the pay raise of $944,000, and then that brings their budget from $17.62 million to $18.6. Now, one thing to consider, we go to the last 2 categories, I'll do quick. These stay the same. This category primarily is before and after school care. That's the self-sustaining programs with the fees that are charged to families to participate. And then here's the debt service on the energy bonds that we did with Pepco a number of years ago. As you're looking at the superintendent's statement of needs this year, one thing to keep in mind, it's different than traditional years. With the change in the governorship, we've seen the Calc 2 under Governor Northam. That's where our numbers came from. As the new administration comes in, the change that will take place in the House of Delegates, I would expect that the budget, the dollars may shift within line items. Those will have a direct impact inside this budget. So for example, you can see the first line, we have our total budget this year is $124.047 million. The pay increase is $5.499 million. Now in that number, there's from the state $1.909 million of revenue. If a district did not do a raise of a minimum of 2.5%, you get no dollars. There's no proration. And if you elect not to do anything in 23, you're not eligible for any dollars in 24. Now, that's within the current budget. I would expect that there's a good chance that could change. Up or down, I don't know. The effect of doing a 5% raise this year and a 5% next year is that over 2 years, the raise is 10.25%, because it's 5% on the 5%, so that gets you the extra quarter point. In in FY24, his budget has $3+ million of the $5+ million total expense. Okay? You see the salary enhancement, you see the funding of the 5 positions, all the standard items that you saw in the individual categories. So we go from $124 million to $130 million. When you look at the state's calc tool, the total dollars we got were $6.2 million. That's the new revenue. We'll discuss in a second where the deduction occurs, because part of it is for non-recurring items. So you can't use it to balance your operating budget. That's the devil in the details. So we pick up the $2.29 million from the state, bringing us to $126.3 million. The difference between what we need of 130 and the 126 is $4.4 million. So under our normal process, that would be the request to the Board of Supervisors, would be that number. If that's the desire of the board and the superintendent, that would be our normal request that we would make. This is the piece. So within the budget category, calc tool, there's a line this year for the first time for school construction. And the definition is for modernization of classrooms and technology. So where Dr. Meyer was talking about making Doug happy is so that we've estimated that to continue sustaining the one-for-one program we have on technology, we would need $1.2 million to replenish and upgrade each individual year, the different grades. Fund that in FY23 using $1.2 million of the $3.9 million. The difference of about $2.7 million would be available for future use, as y'all would, as the superintendent would recommend and the school board would approve, to meet your needs at that point in time.
So this is the first time we've ever received capital
Yes, sir.
money from the state. And it was a surprise to us. And of course,
huge.
as Mr. Krantz said, things are going to change. We don't know what that looks like, though, and we'll be waiting to see what those changes are. But you know, this funding here is very welcome to us, because it can definitely be used and needed. It's definitely needed for technology. And then, you know, we have other building projects that we need to talk about moving forward.
So here's your update of your calendar, which is what we've previously discussed and y'all previously approved. The idea is to get this do the employee presentation, the community meeting on the budget, have the public input, approve the request at the February 15th meeting, which then would allow Dr. Meyer to present to Craig and the Board of Supervisors for their consideration. Craig will present his budget on March 7th, and then tentatively we have a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors on March 22nd. And then the county tentatively would approve at their April 25th meeting, though they can approve earlier, and then that would give you the numbers at the May 3rd meeting for consideration on the finalized budget. That's in a perfect world. I think that on the school system side, do not be surprised that it's going to be at the last minute this year. I just think from what I've heard, it's going to be a long legislative process and the numbers aren't going to get finalized until the last minute. But I hope I'm wrong.
When you say last minute, are we talking last minute before we approve it on the 15th, or are you talking about a later
No, I have
date?
to have a budget in place by July 1st.
I mean, last
So-
minute from the state.
For the state?
The state is going to be last minute.
I mean, the state can wait until July 1st, you know, they can drag it. But I think there'll be a strong push. I know there's a strong push to get it done quickly. I just think it's going to be interesting, the politics and how long it takes for all the politicians to get lined up.
Sure. So when is that expected? I guess when would we expect to see more updated numbers that reflect what the new governor wants?
I think we'll see numbers from the new governor as early as the first week in February, toward the latter part of January. We'll see his first round. He's still putting together his cabinet, so those numbers, he's got some ideas, but I think it'll go. Then it'll be interesting how it's going to balance out between the House of Delegates and the Senate with two different parties in charge of each one. And I think the alignment's going to be unfortunately, going to be a little bit off. So how do they shuffle the pot? I would expect that the total dollars that that Governor Northam's allocated to schools will match what Governor Youngkin would give to schools. I think where it could change is his priorities may be different than the priorities of Governor Northam, and so those dollars, we could see some reductions take place in some categories. Okay. And that could have a dramatic impact on us. That's the fear. Okay? The other thing to take into account is this year, that's also a negative, but it's also a positive, but it is a negative. The local composite index, which is what the state calculates and says you, Montgomery County, can afford to pay for public education. We were at 0.39, okay? It went up to 0.42. So that says that with the increase that took place within the wealth of this county, the county can afford to pay for a bigger share of the cost for providing public education than the state.
So in other words, what was given to us by the county last year to equal that in terms of wealth,
correct,
should go up. And do we calculate that?
It's about 2% growth.
$2 million almost?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for them to give us what they gave us last year, it would be the equivalent of giving us about $2 million,
about $2 million
more, which would be $2 million would be what we would call level funding in terms of wealth. Yeah. If it makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
that's a lot.
Yeah, go back, Tommy. We need
yes, sir.
to just stop this budget. So this is a presentation to you. Of course, we'll talk about it every meeting. If you see anything in here that you want to, it's going to be your budget that I will end up presenting to the Board of Supervisors. So anything that you want to delete, include, we look forward to your input.
Before we move on to the next subject, which is the capital projects.
Yes, ma'am.
Brenda, I have a question for you. If we were to move something on the agenda order, is that something required? Can we do that, or is it possible to do that?
If you have agreement from the entire board. Yeah.
Here, my thought, and then Tommy can take a little break too.
Okay.
He's stuck here all night anyway. The school calendars, there's people in our audience who've been waiting a long time, and it's 10 o'clock now, and I was wondering if maybe we might push them up, if anybody feels the will of the board. But I'm just throwing that out as a possibility of pushing that up so those individuals can speak now and do their presentation, and then we can go back. Mm-hmm. Tommy can take a little snooze and come back later.
Thank you.
I'm okay with that.
So I guess I'll just, anybody, good idea, bad idea, whatever. So, okay.
So
do I
take
need
a break now. Tommy, go.
Tommy's going to take a break.
Take
do we,
a break.
do
We'll
we
come
need
back
to
to
take
capital
5
projects.
minutes to, okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a 5-minute break. And calendar people, you're up next.
And we'll come back to capital projects and the other.
And then we'll do capital projects after the calendar.
I was just gonna say, how long is the capital projects? I mean, if it's not,
We need to take a break. It's 10 o'clock already.
How long something is?
as chair, you need to change this whole, have
Yeah.
it
It's just the
down
same
things.
one.
That's a,
Just the same
that's
one.
a,
Too many things.
that's an
That last
exercise
slide.
in
to 2023 and 2023 to 2024 school calendars. The calendars are going to be brought back at the next meeting for approval, but it looks like, Mr. Knott, you are here.
So I am very, very excited to be up here now presenting the calendars to you guys. for the
I am
next two
sure
school-
you are.
I am.
Isn't it always the highlight of your year?
It is. I love the calendars. I just want to say the process that we used this year was, I thought, very, very good, and we'll review that here right now. I'm not going to read through all of these, but you can see here the process, the meetings that took place, calendar committee meetings, meetings with other advisory committees to gain input. And today, January 11th, we're here to present for your review presentation on our calendars. I do want to give a shout out to our calendar committee. They did a fabulous job of meeting Zoom, meeting at last minute, meeting in person, and some of our members are here tonight. We have Barbara Valentine. Would you stand up, Barbara? Yeah, I'm going to make you stand. We have Laura Funk, Joey Lyons, Barbara Wickham, and Carl Polly are here. Y'all know them. They don't need to stand. But we had others, too. Lori Roop, Sarah Price, Roger Henderson, Shirley Liu, Todd Lewis. They were unable to be here tonight. But we had really, really good meetings and got a lot of work done. And I think it was a very, very productive the way we handled the calendars this year. Back on November 9th, we talked about at the board meeting that night, we talked about the parameters from the board, the things that we needed to work on for the calendar, things that we needed to do, such as, starting the third week of August, such as starting on a Wednesday. And so you can see with all the green checks there, we were able, as a calendar committee, to meet all of those parameters and do the things that were requested of us from the board. We also gained quite a bit of feedback. We didn't do surveys this year, but we did meet with the three superintendent's advisory committees, the equity committee, the elementary education committee, and the secondary education committee. Met with them, shared the calendars with them, got feedback from them. Then the calendar committee took that feedback and talked about it and worked on the calendars and came up with, I think, some really good calendars. We also had feedback from a survey that we had done. One of the most common themes that we heard there was no more half days, work days, full day work days, and certainly we were able to do that. The feedback document is there for you to review. And now we'll go to the calendars.
Can I interrupt just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Brenda, whatever trick you did with the lights a little earlier did make it a little easier seeing it on the screen. Would anybody have a problem with her doing that again? Okay.
Especially with this tiny little
is.
print.
So it's still that way. You want me to dim them one more?
Thank you, please.
We've got choices.
All right.
I learned about them.
It's just like there's a glare and I can't see.
Oh, well, that was
There you
good.
go.
Yeah, that's better.
That
Yeah.
blowing it
Yeah,
up was
thank you.
nice.
Now listen, the people in the back of the room are at an advantage right now. A little nap in the back seat.
Yeah.
So as you can see, we have a similar look to the calendar that we've had in previous years. I'm going to go through this calendar and share with you what we did. Certainly, July 4th is a holiday for all employees. When we come back in August, the first week there is going to be some of our unassigned work days. We have 5 days there. We have 2 flex days for teachers. If teachers come in and work those 2 days in blue, and that's the 8th and the 9th of August, they don't have to work the last 2 work days in the school year. We begin our teacher work days then on August 10th, and the first day of school is August 17th, the Wednesday of the 3rd week of school. Labor Day is a holiday, and then our first teacher workday / PD day is on the 26th of September. We move into October, and the last day of the first 9 weeks or the first quarter is on the 13th of October, and we have a PD / workday for teachers on the 14th. That next week is parent-teacher conference weeks. Having that work day on the 14th will allow for some parent-teacher conferences that day if teachers want to do them then. Moving into November, our only teacher work day that is not on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday is on that Tuesday, and that's Election Day. Then we have Thanksgiving break, the 23rd through the 25th, and then we move into December, and we have the last day of the second quarter on December 21st with winter breaks starting the 22nd. There are only 3 work days shown in the calendar in the first semester, and that's because we're waiting to see if Virginia Tech is going to have a Thursday or Friday night football game next year. That schedule has not come out yet. If Virginia Tech has a Thursday or Friday night game, we will place that 4th teacher workday / PD day on that day. And you can't have school and go all day and be in Blacksburg on a Tech football game on a Thursday or Friday night. So we'll do that. If we don't have a Thursday or Friday night Tech football game, the committee chose to take that 4th teacher workday and place that on the 17th, which would give our students a 4-day weekend and give our teachers, again, another day that they could do parent-teacher conferences. Moving into the second semester, winter break will end on the 4th of January. We'll have 2 teacher workdays on Thursday and Friday. And then on Monday, the 9th, we will start the second 9 weeks. The 16th is a holiday. Our first teacher workday / PD day is going to be on the 3rd of February. The 20th of February is going to be a holiday. We move into March, and the last day of the 3rd quarter is on the 14th of March, with a teacher workday on that Wednesday, the 15th, and parent-teacher conference week the following week. Our spring break, which wraps around the Easter weekend, is going to be the 5th, 7th, and 10th for staff, the 5th, 7th, 10th, and 11th for students, with the 11th being a teacher workday. It's PD day. At the end of April, there'll be another PD workday on the 28th. You'll see that encompasses all 4 of our workdays. Last day of the 4th quarter is the 24th. 2 work days, the 25th and 26th, are flex days. If you work the first 2 in the beginning of the year, you don't have to work those. And we would end school on the 24th. Graduation weekend would be the weekend of the 20th. If you look at the numbers of days in the calendar, in the first semester we have a total of 84 days. In the second semester we have a total of 89, which gives us, we're going to have a total of 83 days in the first semester once we add the additional workday. No, I'm sorry. I was right. 84 days in the first semester, 89 days in the second semester, for a total of 173 days. That takes us over the amount of days we need to reach the 990 hour school calendar, and gives us some flexibility for early releases due to inclement weather or delayed openings due to inclement weather, where we would use the bank time for that and we wouldn't have to add days at the end of the year. And this would allow us to end school on time. Any questions about that calendar? Okay, Morgan, you go on to the next calendar.
Questions? That's all right, keep going.
The next calendar is virtually the exact same thing. Dates changed a little bit, but what I just read off to you and shared with you is the same. It's the same calendar. 4th of July there on that Tuesday, the unassigned work days there at the beginning of the year, the 2 teacher flex days, work days, then the 5 work days, and again, beginning the school year on the Wednesday in the 3rd week of August. Labor Day there in September with 1 work day in September. In October, the first 9 weeks ends on the 11th. and we put the teacher workday on that Friday. It's not a good idea to have a workday on a Tuesday or a Thursday just because it makes that Monday or that Friday before the workday or after the workday a day that a lot of kids just don't come to school, and they take a 2-day break. So we tried to avoid those. Can't do that in November. As you move into November, you'll see there's one day there, but that's election day, and that was one we keep. Thanksgiving break is there. We end the second quarter on the 20th, and on the 21st we begin winter break, and we will do the same thing with the fourth teacher workday PD day in this year as we did the previous year. In January, again, virtually the same at the beginning of the semester, second semester. Workdays there at the end of the week. First day starts on a Monday, then we have a holiday in January. We move into February, and there's our first teacher workday PD day, another holiday. We move into March, and this is where it got a little bit tricky because we end the third quarter on the 12th. We have a teacher workday on the 13th, then parent-teacher conference week the next week. Then the following week, because of where Easter is in the calendar, we have spring break. We did the same thing this year with the workday at the end of spring break for teachers and an extra day for spring break for students. Our last workday is at the end of April there. School year ends on the 22nd. 2 flex days for teachers. If they work the first 2, they don't have to work these. And one thing I forgot to mention in the first calendar was the unassigned work days at the end of the year. Any questions?
Danny, was there any discussion with I'm just curious about this one. Let's see, I haven't looked quite at the exact dates for October 23, but looking at the October 24, I think Columbus Day, which is at least a federal holiday, is on the 10th. And I remember when I was on the committee a couple years ago, that whole thing kind of came up, and I'm sitting here trying to remember what the conclusion of it was. So I'm just kind of wondering if this committee discussed that. And I'm looking at that, especially with the, on that calendar, you said if Tech does not have a Thursday night game, then that extra day comes on the 17th. So you get the 14th and the 17th off, but there's a federal holiday on the 10th.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know if that came up. And if
It did not.
Okay.
That did not come up at all.
What about what's the relative, or you may know the exact days, as far as the number of days in the fall semester versus spring semester with this? Were they pretty even? Is that listed here somewhere?
No, they're not real even. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, there's 84 days in the first semester, and there's 83 days in the first semester, because we do have to add one work day, and then 89 days in the second semester. So there'll actually be 172 days in the total year.
Okay.
I said that wrong the first
Now,
time, and I apologize.
But if and I don't know if the committee talked about this. I mean, I look at that and I think that that's okay, because often in the spring semester we get a lot of weather days, a lot more than we do in the fall. Is that the?
And that was the thought. We talked about it. We tried to make them exactly even. But to do that, we couldn't meet all the parameters that were set. We couldn't start in the third week of August. We're kind of locked in the first semester. You have to start in December and work backwards if you've got a specific number of days you want to get in. And that's how we originally started. Then we realized we weren't starting in the third week, so we backed things up, and this is what we came up with. And we had a lot of discussion from an instructional standpoint, and then, we determined, because of the days we can use at virtual learning days, on inclement weather days, that we felt like we'd be okay with this.
Some of you all have mentioned starting so early, so backing it up a week. I think if we did what we did this year, we'd have been starting on August 10th, and now it's going to be the 17th.
Yes, sir.
And so I think that will be beneficial to a lot of families. And none of this would have been possible probably if the new law had changed either, where we're able to, virtual learning days is going to be a huge advantage to us in being able to make this work. And so we're thankful for that.
Sure.
So, just to comment, I mean, I really like this calendar, and having obviously been on the committee a couple times and stuff, I mean, I think this really does check a lot of boxes. And I think there's a whole lot you guys got right on this, at least from a parental point of view. And I trust that, you know, everybody doesn't get everything they want ever, but I mean, hopefully the staff members on the committee were also able to, you know, come away at least somewhat happy with some of this stuff or compromises. I really like the break alignments on winter break. That's something that I've heard a lot about, in addition to starting, you know, on the third week of August. I think those two things are probably the biggest things I've heard about recently. So that's good. I think spreading out of the work days and the breaks has been good. I think the one thing I would probably like to still change on when we did this exercise 2 years ago, you know, I think at that time the board rejected the calendars and ended up reworking some stuff, and a lot of that centered around that spring break. And we're still in a situation here where, and I understand why you guys did it, but we're in a situation where we have a spring break that's 4 days, right? Which I think, you know, in a lot of ways is almost worse than having a whole week off if you could, right? And just for, you know, historical benefit, I guess, for people who haven't followed this in the past. I mean, we've gone round and round, I think, about this stuff in the past, and one of the things, I mean, a lot of people would like to see a week-long spring break. I think there's issues with that from an instructional point of view, and from a childcare point of view. I think that was, you know, having these long breaks can be difficult. But, you know, one of the things that I've obviously been an advocate for too is to try to do something to align something with, you know, Virginia Tech spring break being the largest employer in the region. When we did the surveys a couple years ago, I think we found, I want to say it was 30 or 33% of the respondents wanted the spring break during that time. I'm not advocating for aligning it that way, but I think what we did this year was probably a pretty good compromise. And, you know, it's a double whammy for those families, because when they're off, the kids aren't, and when the kids are off, they have to go to work, so they have to find childcare. So for me, what I'd like to probably see that work day that was tacked on Tuesday. I think I'd rather see that one moved up to that first week of March. Now, I know from an alignment point of view, then you have 2 weeks in a row where you have that. But I don't know that you have to have one on the 15th. And I think you could put one on the 6th and one on the 23rd or 24th to help you with parent-teacher conferences or something like that. And I think that makes things a whole lot easier on a pretty large, I mean, it's not a majority, it's a minority, but it's a pretty big group of families that you would help in that case. And then you also, you know, you've reduced that spring break down to, you know, merely 3 days, which is still, you know, still a burden for some families who have to work during that time. So that would be my only suggestion on that one.
Part of the reason this is the way it is, the day on the 15th of March, one of the things that we heard from teachers was, please give us some time at the end of the 9 weeks. And so we tried to, at the end of the first and at the end of the third, make sure we had a work day there.
Sure.
That day in April, where we added the work day for teachers, which then becomes a holiday for students, was part of the parameters where we could take a look. The committee was to take a look at spring break and see if there was anything we wanted to do with that. And we felt like that was a really good idea of placing it there. Plus, placing the days where we did in the second semester mixed in with the holidays that we already have breaks it up pretty nicely. If you notice there in May, there are no days, and that's due to SOL testing and potentially SOL testing. AP testing happens a little bit earlier there in April. But we tried to divide it up and keep those days divided up so we didn't have back-to-back weeks where there was time off, because one of the things we heard from parents on the committee was that's a hardship. Sure. When you're having to try to find childcare for students. So.
Yeah, I think everything you're saying is absolutely true. For me, I think putting a 4-day weekend there I mean, that's something we specifically, I think, talked about 2 years ago as being the hardship, I think. And, you know, again, we have
A
we
4-day
have a
weekend
different,
being a hardship?
well, having, yes, having
Okay.
to find, yeah, having, you know, at a time when not everybody's off, right? That is kind of a hardship. So I think you know, at the time, I think what we had settled on was 3 days. And seeing, I mean, if we're going to go to 4 days, I would probably, as a parent, I would rather that you gave me that whole week off than the week before, because if I don't have childcare or I don't have easy childcare, well, then I can at least drive the kids up to grandma and grandpa's house the first weekend, drop them off for the weekend, and go pick them up the next weekend, right? Doing it this way makes things like that a lot harder.
I need to go back and look at the parameters, because I think one of our parameters was to align our spring break with Easter weekend, and the way we've always aligned it has been this way.
Sure,
So-
yeah. No, the spring break is fine. It's
Sure. I think that's correct, and that was why we went to keeping that Monday. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the spring break. It's the teacher PD workday landing on the Tuesday after spring break. That's what and I understand that, you know, it makes it nice in some ways, but I guess what I'm saying is, for me, and from what I've heard from the board, at least in the past, and obviously this is a different board and the board can decide what they want to do, you know, I would rather see that one day, you know, moved back up into March, to better align for, again, 1/3 of our families. And then I think we can still work something there. I mean, nothing's going to be necessarily perfect, right? I think in the following year, I think you have a day off in between the end of the quarter and the teacher workday. So I think you can do things like that to spread them out if you need to keep them in not back-to-back weeks. So
Well, certainly, this is your calendar, so we'll do whatever the will of the board is.
While Virginia Tech certainly is one of our major employers, they are not the majority of our parents. And I think that we have to look at it as a whole, instead of just related to Virginia Tech.
what I said, Ms. Graham, is that they're the number one employer in our county. They're not, of course, it doesn't affect the majority of the parents, but it affects, you know, again, judging from the surveys that we did a couple years ago, it affects about 1/3 of your parents, 1/3 of your community. So while that's not a majority, that's significant enough that if we can align one, you know, if we can just put one teacher workday in that week somewhere, then it really helps 1/3 of your people. And I don't think that's too much to ask. I think the board should consider doing that.
Other questions?
Any other comments? Any other questions for Mr. Knott? Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Knott. I guess we are voting on this next week for approval. So if we have any other thoughts, should they be addressed to Mr. Knott before then? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'd prefer them now, you know.
I don't see any, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate the work of the committee and everyone who had input on that committee. I know it takes a lot of time, and
Right.
there's so much more that goes into it that folks don't realize, and
You can't please all the people all the time.
no,
I understand
I
that.
always say with calendars, everyone wants to start later and finish sooner and have more breaks in between. It's sort of hard to do that. It's anyway. All right.
No,
All right,
thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, and thanks to the calendar committee for their hard work.
All right, Mr. Kranz, back up.
Hey, Mr. Krantz,
Eh,
did
how you doing, ma'am?
you have a good rest?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the next part, you've seen your operating budget. Now we get down to our capital projects that are taking place. So let's start on CES. We've done a lot there and we have a lot going on. So we've completed phase 1, which was taking on the existing classrooms and doing our renovations there. That's now complete. We've completed phase 2, which was the addition on both sides, the academic side in the front of the building and on the back side, which was the gymnasium, as well as additional classrooms back there. We also have completed the parent drop-off and bus loop. We're not using that at this point in time because we're trying to work out traffic situations at CPS, because we've now taken over where The staff used to park, that's now gone if you've been in front. It's all enclosed inside of a fence, and it's a lay-down area as we begin our heavy renovation work at CPS. We began at CES on Phase 3, the renovation of their admin area and media center. And we began our work on Phase 4, which is the exterior work, and you can see us into the parking lot and things that we're beginning to do there. We anticipate both on Phase 3 and Phase 4 to be completed in June of 2022. We then, this summer, on top of that, will do what I call project completion items, which will be some flooring, painting, and work on our windows in these buildings. We didn't have enough money within the bond funds. We have enough money within our 2.5 cents real estate tax so we can come behind and complete those projects. BES, we've completed Phase 1, which was identical as to what took place at CES. We've moved the students in, and you've used the new space since the beginning of the school year on the second half of the year. Phase 2, which was, again, the addition identical to what we did at CES, that's done. We've also done their parent drop-off area and removed a substantial amount of traffic off of the road in front of that school without us having to do the turning lanes. We still continue to have conversations with VDOT, and we may be doing turning lanes later this year, but we're not doing it in the foreseeable future. Phase 3, we continue to work on the renovation of their admin area and media center, which we're doing as we speak. We expect that and the work outside, which we're getting ready to begin. We've cut down some trees, and we have to do some other cosmetic work, I call it, before we can get in with the heavy equipment. And we'll have all that done by June of this 2022 year. We also, during the summer, will be doing the project completion items at that school. So that's 2 schools. Also, both of those schools will get all their new furniture. The furniture will begin arriving in February, and we'll begin installing it during the summer. We'll do the whole school at one time rather than doing it in piecemeals. CPS, we've done the addition. That's now complete. We've now taken the admin area and the rest of the school, which was everything if I was in the front of the school to the left of the gym, and we've blown it up. It's gone. It is no longer there. And now we'll begin the heavy renovation work on the inside of that particular space. That work, as well as the outside on the parking lot, will take us until December of 2022. That's a longer project than we have at both CES and BES. We are ahead of schedule by about 2 weeks. We're going to try to squeeze it out so that we're 30 days early on a delivery date, but it's still December right now is our projected date. It's December 2022. Op Center, we have poured the floor in the gym. So now it looks like a bus garage, and you can see how big it is. And if you would like to come see it, please come on out. We'd love to show it to you. We're completing work on our exhaust system, our sprinkler system, and the auxiliary systems inside of the garage. Those will be done here just literally any day now. The garage door is coming in this week. And we have the shell around it. We'll begin installation immediately. Once that's done, and then once the ramp on the outside, which is near completion, is done, we can begin to use the garage as place. We received the bids, and I made a mistake, Dr. Meyer. I said today is Thursday. We get the bids on the site work, so I apologize. And those we expect to get at least 3 bids. That's the work converting the football field into the parking lot for the buses and the cars that we'll have in place there, as well as storage areas for the maintenance equipment that will be moving off of Cambria with that sale getting ready to close on March 8th. Also on the Op Center, after we begin to do the site work, we're going to have to take the work that we did on paving with the light asphalt that we did. With the heavy construction we've done, we've torn up some of the areas. We're going to have to redo some of that work, and we kind of anticipated that. And we'll also be putting the electric buses there. Those buses will begin arriving in March, and you'll see the electric charging stations that will go outside on that particular area as well. When all of this happens, it will be tight on the site. We've talked to the staff. They know where to park. We know how to deal with it. But just be prepared. And everything's going great. We've had some tight days, and everybody's worked through it. But, you know, you may hear a complaint or two, and it is a construction zone. And it'll take us about 3 months to 4 months to get all the site work done that we need to get done. CHS. So CHS, we've talked to the county. Their goal is to borrow as much money as they can. They now are leaning toward a bond issue sometime in March, though that can be earlier. They're trying to time the market. Their goal is to borrow $120 million. The intent is 20, and remember, they keep track of their debt on county projects and school projects. In school projects, their debt load is over $100 million today, okay? So the intent is $20 million will go to county projects, $100 million will come to the schools. That would give us $85 million of bond issue on the CHS, $10 million coming from ESSER 3, which the state has approved our request. Under it, though, I do have to be in compliance with the Davis-Bacon Act on the project, okay? That's fine. That's not a big deal, but we will be in compliance with it. And we'll talk about the CMR, which will tie to CHS here at the very end. That will leave $15 million for schools to do whatever would be the needs at that particular point in time. Okay? We are working diligently to finish our facilities report and give you all the best data possible to make the tough decisions, because there's lots of challenges and there's lots of needs that are out there within the school system. You know, you sit here and you've got a Harding Avenue that is an older building, but you have same challenges at Gilbert Lincoln, Margaret Beeks, that are old. KIPS is not old. We think of KIPS as being new. And yes, it's not 50 years old, but it's a building that I can tell you from a mechanical system standpoint is old. Our buildings are aging throughout the district. Our buildings are aging, and, you know, our needs are there. But that's how this is laid out right now from a funding. We continue to work with Crabtree to finalize the design and get our numbers as tight as we can. If you adopt tonight on the construction manager at risk, a resolution for us to continue, we did get 2 RFQ responses to our RFQ. The 2 are both major players in the industry, so they're both, I think, extremely well qualified. We'll begin negotiations on what their price would be under the RFP side of the project, and then get them in place, because once we have the contractor, we're then in a position we can get to a guaranteed maximum price and truly know exactly what our construction costs will be. Right now, they're estimates to the best of everybody's ability. But once we get the guaranteed maximum price, now I can go to the bank. I know exactly what it's going to cost to build it. I am very confident that what we've said to y'all is $95 million is a good number. The one way that we're going to achieve it, 2 ways, will be the construction manager at risk, and number 2 will be the district doing the purchases directly. When we do the purchase directly, we eliminate 2 things. 1, we eliminate the sales tax because we're tax-free. Number 2, we eliminate markups that when a general contractor handles it, there's markups that take place as they process the invoices. We eliminate that cost. So that's where we'll have a significant savings to help us stay inside that budget amount. And that gives you a real quick update on capital.
Any questions for Mr. Krantz?
No, but I'll just say, had to work a lot of Tuesdays the last few months, so I haven't had a lot of free time, but I did get to sneak up to Christiansburg Elementary School and take a quick look, and just when I had to check out my granddaughter, but it was beautiful, what I did get to see, and I hope to get to the rest of them soon, as soon as I get a full day off. But, but they look great, and I'm just so thankful to have it where it is at this point.
We're getting there.
It's amazing how much it feels like a new school when you transform, you
Oh,
know.
yeah, it's crazy.
You have one wing or an entrance that is brand new, or a gym, and then, you know.
And I think that's why it's important to have the dollars on the project, like I call it project completion.
Yeah.
You know, you'll see, for example, Bellevue is a great example. Bellevue, everything was done to the best of everybody's ability. But if we stopped, based on the $35 million bond issue, about 30% of the windows would be yellow. And the rest of the school would look pretty dab. But we're now going to take those dollars out of our real estate tax, use those and paint the windows and replace them. It's not all replacements, but it's a combination. And I tell you what, it's going to make that building look entirely different than it is today. We're doing something in the front of CES that, honestly, when everybody was in the middle of the design and running at too much of a pace to try to get this thing done, Dr. Meyer asked me a question. And so we changed the front from a design standpoint with landscaping. And I guarantee you, when it comes out, it's going to make that school totally different. We began, Dr. Meyer, putting those islands in place and things. And when it's there, it's going to make it all be completely different. And that was a simple thing that didn't cost a lot of money. But it's, taking the time to kind of look at it from a reasonable standpoint, I call it, and just make sure it flows right. So that's where the project completion dollars get spent. All right. Thank y'all very much.
You are welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you. So now we're up to construction manager procedures.
Yes, that's Tommy as well, but.
I was gonna say, where are you?
Yeah, on December.
Where is he going?
Yeah, I know. On December 7th, the board approved putting forth the RFQ related to construction manager at risk for CHS. And so, this is an action item, Tommy?
Yes, sir. So what we ask y'all to do tonight is you actually have the construction management procedures. You approved for us 2 meetings ago, I believe, was the RFQ process. And like I said, we did get 2 responses to that. The big thing underneath this procedure, okay, is really this. We gave you the memorandum that was dated December 8th because the meeting was held on December 7th. The memorandum laid out why we believed it's right. But here's the basic reason, as I said earlier. This is a project that is going to cost $90 to $100 million. Let's just say it's 95. To really make, and it's got to stay within that, because as big as that project is, it'll be very difficult with the real estate tax that comes in at $2.2 million to do a lot of project completion items. So it's important that I get everything done on that project the first time I bite the apple, okay? In order to do that, at the table right now, it's us and an architect. It's not the builders. It's us. And do I have confidence in my team? Yeah, I have confidence in my team. I have confidence in the architect that we hired. I think they're very good. But still, when we do an estimate, it's an estimate. Whereas that contractor, they're in the marketplace every day and they're doing the jobs every day. Okay? So having them at the table was crucial as we did the work on CES, CPS, and BES. It was huge. So rather than go through the PPA, which would take too much time, the construction management of risk allows us to work with a contractor, get to a guaranteed maximum price, and when we know we start turning the dirt, we know exactly how much it's going to cost. There's no ands, ifs, and buts about it. The other thing it does, it allows us to do the best from a phasing standpoint. And I can't tell you how critical that is. There was times during the pandemic where we could not get material on the way the schedule was laid out. But by looking at that schedule, working together with Branch, we were able to move things around and keep the job going, get ahead in other areas that would have been weeks and months down the line, and allowed us to get finished on time. So we ask that you approve this, so then this becomes the procedures we will use in the evaluation of the RFP, as well as then the negotiations of a contract, and then that contract comes to y'all for ratification. So that's what we ask y'all to do tonight.
Okay, so this is the resolution adopting procedures for construction manager at risk, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I need to read that out loud, or do we need to do anything with that right now? Just ask for a vote?
The resolution's available to the board members in board docs, but Mr. Kranz and Ms. Chook are here. If you have questions regarding the resolution itself, it really just restates what Mr. Kranz said today, and then the procedures are attached.
Yes, ma'am.
So do I have a motion to adopt the resolution related to the construction manager procedures?
So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay. I guess we need to vote. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank y'all.
Excellent, thanks. Ms. Krantz.
Next, discussion regarding teacher displays in classrooms. We had asked for this to be on the agenda again. Unfortunately, Ms. Franklin wasn't feeling well, had to leave early, and I don't know if we want to continue having discussion, wait until we have more board members here. I don't know if Ms. Parton's still on the line or not. I haven't heard from her recently.
Yes, Miss Cass, I'm still here.
Hello.
Hello.
So do we want to continue? Do we want to talk about that at all, or?
I think we could maybe have a shortened discussion. I think if Nikki's still here, it might be good to get her perspective on some of this stuff too, because I think some of the issues that we've had about this have been kind of legal questions, I guess, on that. So.
And for those watching, Nikki works along with Brad and his law firm, so she is Brad for the evening.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, sure. Come on up and entertain our board's questions about this.
It might be helpful, just for my own benefit too. I've reviewed the footage from the school board meeting where this was first discussed in October, I believe. My viewpoint doesn't differ from Brad's. My legal advice doesn't differ from his. So I'm just wondering how it's come up again or what the issue is. Has it changed?
Well, I think, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Could you maybe mention again where his viewpoint was that you agree with?
Sure. I think our viewpoint simply is you have policies that restrict political speech in the classroom by teachers. That's permissible. Opening or allowing something different for one particular viewpoint would mean that puts you in a position of allowing all viewpoints to come in. I don't know where you draw the line in terms of political speech or not, or individual teacher speech or not, because all teacher speech in the classroom can be imputed to the school board. And if it's not your speech, there can be some legal ramifications to that. And you're permitted to restrict teacher speech in the classroom. That's really
Well, this isn't so much speech. It was about the pride. It was specifically, I think, it surrounded the pride flag, and we've had a lot of input from teachers and who were displaying pride flags, and also we've had students come and speak at pretty much every meeting since we've made the decision, and I guess the questions that's been asked is, one is, why is a pride flag considered political? It's a flag that represents safety and compassion and a place for students to go. It means that that might be an individual who is understanding and caring, and so how does that relate to political? I'm wondering how that falls into the political arena. And there are other individuals, I mean, there are people who display, wear crosses or display things that might be considered, religious or political. I guess we're just trying to understand how a pride flag is something that falls into this category. I don't maybe.
Yeah, and I think
Mr. Stockton, you can
and I
expand
think
on that.
it's somewhat. I think for me, I look at this. It is somewhat of a gray area, and I'm also trying to decipher some of the lawyer speak. Right? If Brad says, or if you say, well, somebody could potentially. I'm sorry.
What was that? Some of the what?
Lawyer speak.
Oh,
lawyer speak. Right? So if a lawyer says, you guys speak very technically, right? So somebody could interpret that as political, and you could be sued. Like, well, sure, there's a lot of things that can be interpreted, and we could be sued about all sorts of things. But then, what are the chances that would prevail? Because I think in this case, we're looking at this as, it almost seems absurd. We have a policy that's backed up in federal law that says we do not discriminate based on sexual orientation, and gender, all these things. But if and I can display that policy, and that's 100% safe, and I get that, but then, we're making teachers go out there with a razor blade and take off that rainbow sticker. I mean, really, like, it's just,
Right.
so I think there's probably somewhat of a judgment call, and I'm also curious to ask and to get input on, how other districts in Virginia have handled this and what other people's experiences have been. Because what is evident to me and to a lot of people in our district is that what we've done has been very harmful. It's been harmful to teachers. It's been harmful to a lot of our students, and it's hard to see, how what we were doing is, somehow illegal or favoring a certain, political viewpoint. So anyway, that's kind of where we're at and why it has come up again.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of feedback from within the schools of concern. And like I said, we've had people come and speak about it. So I wish that Ms. Franklin was here because she's kind of gone, she also talked at the meeting, and you said you watched the footage, so you probably
Right.
saw the conversation, and she was concerned about equating it with, or that allowing the pride flag would also then open it up to allowing the Confederate flag, and which, I don't see them as being comparable, but
Political speech is broad. I think that's why it's,
I guess
that's why it's so difficult to draw a line. I think that's why we could argue about it for hours.
yeah, I guess I don't see how gender is a political conversation. To me, gender and how you express your gender, how is that political?
Well, it's not my words.
I guess that you're the
It's-
lawyer, so I guess
Right.
I'm looking to you to help me understand
Case
that.
law defines political speech. I mean, I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. If you're asking whether you can change your policy, you can certainly change your policy. You could certainly change your practice. But it's, what we try to do as your school board lawyers is tell you what the risks are in doing that. And I think the risk might be simply inviting others to push back on it and to say, well, then if you are going to allow this particular speech, and a flag is speech. Displaying a flag is a form of speech, just like wearing a button or wearing an armband around your arm or a t-shirt, clothing, hat, you name it. A flag is speech. But if you're going to do that, we have to advise you on the implications of that. But it is your
So then it
decision
sounds-
to
because
make
that-
as a school board.
Because then it sounds like if that we are going to interpret that as political, then there's a whole lot of things we're going to have to cut out of the classroom.
Yeah, I mean,
There
that's,
are
I
a lot
think,
of things that are political. I mean,
no more, you can't wear any T-shirts that have any political sayings on it whatsoever. Anything like crosses or anything that a teacher might display that gives you a perception of what they might believe in should be taken down. I mean, basically we're saying we need to sanitize the classroom so that it is absolutely has no personality whatsoever except has children in it. And you can't, I mean, what if I put up a poster of a book, because I taught English, and that book happens to be one that somebody sees as political. I put up a poster of Fahrenheit 451, and somebody talks about book burning, and so I guess I better take that down because that might offend somebody's political views. I mean, I guess I really struggle with where do we draw the line as to, and I personally have no problem with somebody having a pride flag, and if somebody comes back and says, well, they have a pride flag, so I want to put up my Confederate flag, and I'd say, no, and I don't have a problem with that. And I guess what I'm trying to hear from you is, I said, we're going to have a problem with that. If somebody comes back, if we say, okay, we can put up a pride flag, and somebody comes back and says, well, I want to put up my Confederate flag, you're saying we'd have to allow that.
I'm saying you'd have to have the conversation. You will have the conversation.
Yeah, and I think that's, and one of the things that I think that Miss, I haven't talked to her extensively, but I think part of the back and forth is sometimes, when you or Brad say things, and I hear what you're saying. I mean, you're basically agreeing this is a gray area, right? And sometimes that I think that gets interpreted as, oh, we can't do that. But I think we can do that probably within certain parameters. Was somebody going to get offended? Maybe. Is somebody going to come and sue us? Probably not, but maybe. And then I think for us, the next question is, if they do sue us, do we have a leg to stand on? And I think that, on this topic, I don't think we're going to do anything about this tonight. But we're talking. We're trying to gather more information and find out where we need to get more information. But I think on this topic, we need to figure some things out, because I think what's happening right now in our schools is damaging to our students, and it needs to stop. And if we need to take that risk, even if it's a small risk, to kind of step out there and say, we are going to let students know that they have a safe space or whatever, according with our policies and with federal law, I'm okay with that. But again, I mean, I think that we may need some guidance from you guys on what, how do we craft something like that, or how, maybe our policy doesn't even change. Maybe it's just how we interpret it, because I don't even think we changed our policy on this. It was
Right,
just.
I was trying to figure out what action you said you took.
Yeah, we didn't, the action that we took was
Take any
how
action.
we instructed.
We voted it down.
And
You
one of
voted
my-
what down?
To change the policy.
Okay.
No,
we
no, we
voted
did.
to change.
No, we didn't vote to
No,
change the
there was
policy.
no
We
vote.
voted, it was an informal thumbs up or down to instruct the superintendent to change how the policy was enforced.
To adhere
That's-
to the policy.
What's that?
To adhere to the policy.
That's
To
right.
adhere to the policy.
Correct.
I think that's an interpretation.
That's an interpretation, right? I mean,
I think that was the
I mean, being a parent on the sidelines during all this process, right, and feeling the frustration of others around, right? I mean, and now I'm on the board, I'm reading these policies. I mean, there's so much gray area in these things, right? I mean, there's a political cause. Well, what the heck is that, right? I mean, paying teachers is a political cause these days, right? And being an American is a political cause, it feels like anymore, right? So it's like, there's so much gray area in here. I don't know how you enforce the policy when the policy is that vague, right? And so, I mean, I guess from a legal standpoint, are we better off keeping policies as is and just arguing all the time in terms of the interpretation, or are we better off trying to modify the policies to make them more specific that would be clearer for how we enforce them, right?
I think that's what we're.
I don't know the
Yeah,
answer to that.
that's always the struggle.
Okay, just another conversation that, some of the emails that we've gotten from teachers that have said, what about us that don't want to put any personal views up? So now we're going to be looked at as a non-safe space or a non-welcome area, and that's not fair to us if we just want to keep a standard classroom that everyone feels welcome, no religious, no pride flags, no anything, just keep it a basic learning environment. So now we're going to be looked at and perceived as a non-safe space. Now, those are some of the emails we also got, and I've had a lot of teachers share those same concerns. So that's another viewpoint to the other side of the story in our questioning.
Well, they're welcome to put up a pride flag too.
Well, regardless, I mean, I'm less concerned with the feelings of adults in situations like that where those can be resolved, and I think there's answers to those. But when you have children who are gay or transgender or queer, and it matters a lot more to those kids. And we keep talking about how we're here to serve the kids, and we're here for the kids, and the kids come first. And if that's the truth, then that should be the number one. If there's a trade-off there, I'm going with the kids on that one. So, I don't know. I think that, I don't know. I guess I'm having a hard time, Nikki, knowing, how do we get answers to our questions from a legal point of view? And this can be a conversation we keep having, but I guess I'll go back to another question is, since you guys work all over the state, surely we are not the first system that has had to deal with this. Are there examples from anywhere else in the state that?
I'm sure there are.
Okay.
We're happy to do a survey of our own clients and get back to you on that. I don't have that information for you right
Okay.
now.
All right. That's.
I
mean,
haven't personally dealt with the issue, but
Okay.
I'm sure my colleagues have.
Okay. I mean, it might just be worth asking some of your colleagues about some of the systems that have, and I mean, I'm even happy to do some legwork on that one, for us. So I don't want to instruct you to do work without the approval of the board, so.
Well, this was just conversation anyway, but I guess at this point, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nikki.
Yep, you're welcome.
We're up to board member reports. No, we're running late here, but does any board member wish to share a report?
I'd just like to say real quick that I'd like to recognize the 2 bus drivers that we lost.
Absolutely.
Sally Lucas, 48 years of service, I believe, and her family, and our hearts go out to her family. And I call him Howard Yates. A lot of people know him as Raymond Yates, and just someone who's been with us for a number of years. His daughter works in our system and their daughter-in-law, and just a wonderful family. So truly hate those losses that our community and our Montgomery County schools are going to miss.
Yeah, I've read a lot about them online, and a lot of people
Amazing.
commenting about what amazing people and wonderful bus drivers and how their children are very saddened by their loss. So. Anyone else have anything else they'd like to report?
I'd like to jump in and say I'm super excited to be here. I really want to appreciate the warm welcome I've gotten from all the current board members, from Dr. Meyer and his staff. I'm super helpful. I feel like a dog out in traffic chasing cars right now. I'm going after everything. I don't quite know what I'm going to do once I catch one, but I'm looking forward to working with y'all over the next few years, and I really appreciate everybody being so kind.
Well, welcome, Linwood. It's glad to have you.
And we enjoyed you coming to Williamsburg with us as well.
Yeah, I missed the fun. I'm
That-
sad about
That was
that.
a lot of fun, even though we drug you around.
That was great. I appreciate it. I was lost.
Okay, so now we're to unfinished business. Are there any matters of unfinished business, which would be matters previously introduced which have come over from preceding meetings?
No. There were no items carried over from the December meeting.
Okay. New business.
I would like to suggest, if it's the will of the board, for us to put on maybe the first meeting in March agenda to reevaluate our mask policy after the Omicron peak has hit, and just see where we're at with things.
I'm sorry, did you say for the February or March meeting?
March, the first of
Oh.
March meeting.
What policy? I didn't hear.
For the
Mask.
Mask
Oh,
policy.
okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm always.
All for it.
I'm always willing to evaluate, and that's 2 months out, so we can always have that talk.
And by
I'm okay with
evaluate,
that.
we mean discuss. Correct?
Yeah, just like where are we at? Do we want to think about, giving our staff, of course, not the federal, the bus drivers, but the rest of the staff, do we want to give them the option of masking or not masking? Those type of discussions.
And then,
If that's the
So
will
sorry,
of the board.
I was looking,
So-
I didn't see. I was just
agree.
looking
Do we
for,
need a-
for a lot of head nods. Okay,
Cool.
thanks.
Yep.
Yeah,
I was just writing, sorry.
No, it's okay. And you were busy, and so I was just trying to make sure.
I got to practice multitasking.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that was the will of the board before we, thank you.
I think that's something we'll need to do on a regular basis as things continue to transpire, and I don't even know if we need to lock ourselves into a specific time
No,
period.
I just
but
mentioned that because of, we would be over the peak and hopefully we could get Dr. Bissell back and have some more data. And, as she mentioned, that may be part of our transition to an endemic and versus a pandemic. So
let's cross
that's
our
what-
fingers.
That's why I picked it.
Cross our fingers.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Chair.
Any other new, Mr. Chewbacca, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we could put on the agenda for the beginning of the first meeting in February, a discussion on a resolution to move forward with collective bargaining. We heard from Mr. Chilcote tonight on behalf of the MCEA, and that's certainly something that, you know, that they made, I guess, a formal resolution to us, but if my understanding of the law is correct, they could also certify a vote of their membership and bring that to us, which then locks us into certain dates and things. I think it would be, I think it's something that this board hopefully is interested in, and I think I would rather see it and show our teachers that, you know, that's something that we're interested in taking up proactively. So I think we should put that on the agenda, if there is agreement.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. Announcements? Any announcements by board members?
Yeah, dialogue on race, if you have not signed up for
Oh,
that.
yes, dialogue on race. 29th of January, 10:30 to 12, Christiansburg Middle School.
10 to 12:30, 10:30 to 12.
10:30 to
somewhere-
12, I think.
Something like that, yeah. Christiansburg Middle, so if you need information
Register
about
online.
that.
Just go to Dialogue on Race and you can register online.
CMS, okay.
Agenda preparation?
That just means looking at the calendar days.
Okay. Any
Upcoming
questions or
meetings.
additions to agenda preparation? And then upcoming school board meetings.
I don't know where this would fall, but I had mentioned a couple meetings ago about discussion about speaking with how we do public address. And I don't know if you remember that you were on a audio call and.
Oh, gosh, I can barely remember that.
Okay, but-
I was driving and.
I don't know if it's on agenda prep. I don't know if it's an old business or what, but.
What about public address?
Just the fact that I don't think, I know why we chose to do it that way, but after, you know, some of the high-level conversations we had, and then it ended at an hour, and people couldn't stay, and
right.
come back at 11, and then they never got to be heard.
Right.
You know,
Relook
when
at that.
have these high-level meetings that we have lots of conversation about, either we need to do something like a hearing, or I don't know what, but it's not.
Not making people sit and wait till
Right,
later
I mean, if
on.
you've got a group that signs up, you know, and takes that whole hour up, then, you know, many people never get heard, and that's, you know, we encourage people to come and hear, and then we don't hear them. That's not, you know, it's not a good practice. So we tried it, and I don't think it worked entirely. You know, when there's nothing at hand, it might not be a bad thing, but.
Okay.
I would, I'm wondering, I mean, I
Agree.
do support bringing that up in the future and revisiting it sooner than later. I don't know how.
It doesn't have to be on a meeting where we got 50,000 things other
Yeah,
than
yeah, yeah,
just on a
exactly.
meeting. We don't have a lot going on, okay?
The work session would probably be better.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there a meeting we don't have 50,000 things?
Yeah, well.
I haven't been in one of those yet. Okay, upcoming school board meetings? I don't
We'll be back at the PD Center.
The PD next Tuesday.
Mhm.
We'll be going over board directives that were given to me this past summer, and my our team and myself will be giving an update on where we are as a mid-year review of those board directives.
So it's next week we have our meeting.
Yes, at
And
the
it's
Operations
at
Center.
the PD Center.
Right. So
Correct.
that's where our work sessions will be, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm. Yep.
Next on the agenda is closed session. Our next order of business is closed session. Do I have a motion to go into closed session to
Yeah.
discuss?
So
Do we
I was
have
going to.
anything?
Well,
This
I
is
was
what
going
we
to
got-
say we have
Right.
a personnel report, and you know I have nothing to discuss with the board in terms of the personnel report. I'll be glad to go in closed session with you if you do have questions.
I make a motion that we don't do closed session unless you have something bigger than that. I say we go on.
Did you second that?
Sure.
Sounded to me like she motioned to approve the personnel report and just skip right by it.
Who's person?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? So we are not going to closed session.
Nope.
Correct.
So I'm down to the last thing. Is this correct, Brenda? Is this it?
You just said it.
Certification. I need a motion to certify. No.
We skipped
Nope,
that.
we skipped that. Oh, next page. So we're not, do I have a motion to adopt the personnel report?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I adjourn the meeting at 11:20.
Yay.
All right, sounds
A
good.
little better.